Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The January 21st, 2009 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the city's website at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. We make this announcement at every council meeting. We have a state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system in these chambers, so if the alarm should activate, and we have no reason to believe that they will, please leave through the exits, and then our marshals will tell you when it's safe to return. As I say, we just do this as a matter of precaution. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Reverend Mary Breadlaw, Compassion Care Hospice, and please remain standing for the pledge.
Let us pray. God of wisdom and strength, so guide our governing and organizing in governmental services that the common good of all prevails ahead of personal gain or importance. Inspire all governmental leaders to learn the policies of their governing board and then so move our leaders to right decisions for our citizens. Yesterday we inaugurated our new President of the United States in the presence of an excited and cheering crowd. May our cheers remain strong and clear. Bless our elected leaders and cause your light to shine in their eyes. As Creator, bless all that our leaders do in our name, and give us the courage to follow your holy design for each of us in our own spiritual walk. Today we ask a special blessing on Betsy Fretwell as she assumes the responsibilities as the new city manager. Help her to manage her own self-care to avoid burnout. Encourage her to continue learning how to best guide our city. Grant her the ability to both guide and set a positive example for her staff. And bless Betsy with an ever-increasing wisdom for the wise use of what belongs to all citizens. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. This is the ceremonial portion of our agenda, and for our first item, Councilwoman Tarkanian, who is not with us today, she's excused, wanted to honor a very special person as the January Citizen of the Month. We were going to do it at the last meeting, but unfortunately he was a little bit under the weather, but today he's with us, and I'd like to ask Mel Irwin to please join us up here. Let's give him a big round of applause. Mr. Irwin has become an indispensable part of neighborhoods of Ward 1. He's another set of eyes and ears for the city of Las Vegas, and he's not shy about sharing what he finds in our neighborhoods. A photographer for 35 years, he uses his skill with the camera to document issues such as graffiti and blight and brings these problems to the attention of the city of Las Vegas so that we can address them. Mr. Irwin has also been instrumental in working with the Regional Transportation Commission on bus shelter safety. This is an important issue, as you know, and we thank Mr. Irwin for all the time and effort that you put in looking out for your fellow residents and being very instrumental in guiding the RTC on that. So I'm pleased to honor Mr. Irwin as a Citizen of the Month on behalf of Councilwoman Tarkanian and the City Council, and I hope that his example will inspire others to become more involved in their neighborhoods. Mr. Irwin.
Thank you very much. And I look forward to committing myself to the RTC and as well as continue the efforts to keep Las Vegas number one as a city and continue my efforts to make sure that we have the best transportation system and the most efficient system in the city of Las Vegas.
Thank you very much. And congratulations. Very good. Thank you very much. Oh, and Mr. Irwin, this is going to be right outside of City Hall for the entire month in your honor. Where'd he go? How do you like that?
Excellent.
You bet it is. Very good. Very proud. That's good. And for our next item, we'd like to recognize the January Employee of the Month, and I'd like to ask Jerry Walker and Steve Ford to both come up. They're both deputy directors with our Field Operations Department. Gentlemen, and I'm pleased to announce that the January Employee of the Month is Christy Strong. Christy. Congratulations. Christy is a business specialist with the Department of Field Operation and has been a city employee since 1996. She was instrumental in the acquisition of the Atrium building, which will serve as the city's new Development Services Center. This is the first time that the city has acquired property with existing tenants, and the transaction has taken an awful lot of planning and hard work. In fact, Christy had to become familiar with approximately 35 lease documents and has had to monitor these leases for compliance. The cost of purchasing and remodeling this building, as opposed to building a new facility, will save the city and taxpayers millions of dollars. So on behalf of the entire City Council, Christy, we'd like to congratulate you as the January 2009 Employee of the Month. This is the part I like. You not only get the plaque, plaques are a dime a dozen, but you also, well, for the mayor, they're a dime a dozen. But, no, just kidding, it's a big deal. Along with this plaque, you're going to receive, and this is the part you're really going to like, a $100 Visa gift card. And, right, compliments of the Nevada Federal Credit Union. And you don't need this, but, I'm going to get in trouble for this statement. A 3-month membership to 24-Hour Fitness, courtesy of 24-Hour Fitness and the Vlasky Group. Congratulations. Great having you.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. We're very, very lucky and fortunate to have Christy in field operations. She's a very professional young lady, hard worker, and whenever there's something comes up, she just jumps in with both feet, and her work is always top notch. So we're fortunate to have her, and thank you very much, Christy.
And thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm very honored to receive this award, and I just want to say that I really work with such wonderful coworkers and management, and I can't say enough about Steve Ford and Larry Hogsness and Robin Yoakum. But our small division really works as a team, and I could not do my job without them, so I have to thank them. And I'd also like to thank my husband and family.
Oh, is he here today?
He is.
Please come up.
He needs to be put on the spot, too.
Would you like to say nice things about your wife? You better.
Yes, sir, I would. Me and Christy have been together for a very long time, and she's a wonderful wife and a wonderful mother, and she does a great job.
Yes, she does. Thank you. Congratulations. That's great. Thank you. Yes. Picture of all those. Congratulations. Okay. For our next item, we're going to recognize the seniors of the quarter. And Mel Henkin, where are you, Mel? Mel Henkin is going to come up here and tell us about this couple.
I am delighted to honor two individuals who are improving the lives of families, youth, neighborhoods. Jerry and Camille, please come up to the podium. In the past 4 years, Jerry and Camille have donated time and money to sponsor murals and a public arts project on buildings in the Gateway District behind the Stratosphere Hotel. With donations from building owners, a paint company, and 2 small grants from Neighborhood Partners Fund, the neighborhood has been enhanced. Even the Stupak Community Center youth have helped to paint alley art, which has remained graffiti-free all of these years. Families and children still enjoy the inspiring and colorful art in their community. In 2007, Jerry and Camille helped with 2 City of Las Vegas initiatives, the Keep America Beautiful mural project and Make a Difference Day mural project. They assessed the scope of the projects, identified the products needed, prepared the walls for the murals, and mixed the paints. That same year, Jerry received the Wells Fargo Jefferson Award for Outstanding Volunteerism. Jerry and Camille are currently working on a program to promote promising young artists and help young and old learn about the beauty of music and the arts. It is our privilege to recognize Jerry and Camille Duskin as seniors of the quarter. By the way, if you would like to nominate a senior who lives in the City of Las Vegas boundaries for his or her community involvement and volunteerism, please contact the city's Neighborhood Services Department to obtain a nomination form. It is my privilege to be a part of their effort by serving on the board.
Thank you.
I also wanted to thank you for the work you've done over there behind the Stratosphere. I've seen those murals a couple dozen times, and they still look just like the day they got painted. And I know that you have made a difference over there. And I just hope that when we get the new community center over there, that we'll be able to continue doing what we're doing over there. So thank you very, very much for your help and stuff.
Congratulations. And you have to talk about the arts, okay? Good, please.
Well, first of all, Mayor, though you say they're a dime a dozen, this is worth $1 million to us. This is worth $1 million to us. And I wish to thank all of you for being here. First of all, thank you, Mayor and distinguished council members. Mel, thank you for nominating us. Maria, Betty, these are just such wonderful friends of the arts. And we want to thank you so much. Also, Jerry and I are so thrilled that our friends got up at the crack of dawn to come down here and to support us. Truly, they are supporters of the arts. And we would encourage all of you, if you're ever interested, to join us. The second Sunday of each month, we present local performers. Each performer is a resident of Las Vegas. Each performer is compensated, not as much as we feel they're worth, but it's all that we can afford. And we provide a scholarship to also young students in the arts, music, performing arts, and visual arts. So we'd encourage you to come and join us. If you're interested in learning about it, you can contact us or contact Maria. And we're so pleased because we have outgrown our present facility, and we're going to be moving to a 275-seat facility because we're busting at the seams for supporters of the arts. So thank you so much.
I don't think I can beat that, but thank you very much.
That's good. That's good. Here we go.
the mayor asked me to provide information about the location of the performances. Next month, our performance will be at the Lake Sahara Yacht Club. After that, we will be moving to the Trinity Christian Church School Auditorium. And so we'd encourage you to come. It is the second Sunday of the month from 3 to 5 in the afternoon, so you don't have to worry about driving or traffic or anything else. It's in the afternoon. It's not a nighttime event. And by the way, I wanted to also introduce one of our artists from the Mural Project. David, would you please stand up? I know that some of you have enjoyed watching the murals presented. And this truly is a gentleman with golden hands who gives back to our community. So thank you for joining us, David.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and congratulations again. It's great. And it is great that the friends and neighbors come down to celebrate the success of their colleagues. Thank you for joining us today. All right. The next item, Councilman Wilson's going to recognize Chinese New Year. Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. Good morning, Las Vegas. It is my pleasure today to celebrate and recognize the Chinese New Year 2009, the Year of the Ox. I hope some of you had an occasion to view our lion dancers in the plaza this morning. They were just fantastic, and I think we're going to get a little preview right now. These are the lions that are coming up. Don't worry, Mayor, they don't bite. They don't bite. I've been told they don't bite. The Lions are here today to help us recognize the celebration of the Chinese New Year, which begins on January 26th of this year. The Chinese have a unique way of representing the New Year through animals. They have 12 different animals to represent each year of the 12-year cycle. The year of the rat begins the cycle, and the year of the boar pig ends the cycle. This is the second year of the 12-year cycle and is the year of the ox. The date of the Chinese New Year is always changing and is dependent on the Chinese calendar. The celebration traditionally lasts 15 days. In honor of the Chinese New Year, we have two very special recognitions today. I'd like Director Sifu Stephen Ba of the Lohan School of Shaolin and President Andy Luong and Vice President Vita Lin of the Organization of Chinese Americans Las Vegas chapter to please join us up here. You're Stephen, right? Okay. Let's have a round of applause. Andy and Vita, are you here? Here we go. Come on up here, please. Make room, Lions. Let me tell you a little bit about these two organizations, please. The Lohan School of Shaolin is being recognized for their contributions to preserving Chinese culture in Las Vegas. The school's lion dancers are frequently called upon by the Asian community to help celebrate special occasions like weddings, openings of businesses, and of course, the Chinese New Year. The lion dancers are all active kung fu artists, and I think some of those kung fu artists were out displaying their wares earlier this morning, that come from all backgrounds and train year-round. The lion dance is meant to ring in wealth and prosperity in the new year and scare away evil spirits. People of Chinese and Asian descent converge on Las Vegas for this celebration, which the gaming and resort industry consider to be one of the most important of the year. The economic and cultural significance of this holiday is worth noting, given that Las Vegas has one of the fastest growing Asian communities in the United States. Chinese is one of the top 5 most widely spoken languages in the city. The Organization of Chinese Americans is being recognized for their commitment in advancing the social, economic, and political well-being of Asian Pacific Americans. The OCA is a national, nonprofit, and nonpartisan civil rights organization founded in 1973 to ensure the civil rights of Chinese Americans and the entire Asian Pacific American community. The organization has 82 chapters and college affiliates across the country with headquarters in Washington, D.C. The OCA Las Vegas chapter was founded in 1998. We are very pleased to have the opportunity to share this celebration with you, and we thank you folks for your commitment and presence in our community. We have a couple of proclamations, I think, do we not? They're coming. Okay, well, if they're not here in the next 30 seconds, we're going to have to give them to you at a later time, but I do want to recognize something. I think that the Lion Dancers, correct me if I'm wrong, were in the movie Rush Hour 2?
Oh, yes, we were. So was I.
Well, wait, that's what I understand that another famous or almost famous actor celebrity was supposed to be in the movie, but you got left out.
No, this is what happened. I'm going to set the record straight today. I love being in the movies, and one of the first things I did when I came down to City Hall, I went to the 4th floor to our permitting department, because in order to make a movie in the city of Las Vegas, you have to get a permit. And I said to the woman in charge, Patty Moyer, I said that if anybody wants to make a movie in the city of Las Vegas, you tell them that they have to give the mayor a part. And she said, well, you can't do that. I said, I can. I'm the mayor. So about a week goes by, and my receptionist says, Mayor, guess who's here? I said, who's here? Jackie Chan's here with Brett Ratner. And I said, send the gentleman in. So they came in, and they said, we can't believe what we just heard, that in order to make Rush Hour 2, we have to give you a part. I said, that's absolutely correct. So it was a great scene. It was at the Desert Inn before it was imploded. They had the red flocked wallpaper. They made it into a wonderful make-believe casino. I was there with Chris Tucker, with Jackie Chan, Alan King. Great scene. Get a phone call from one of these misanthropic reporters around here. He says, guess what, Mayor? I said, what? He said, cutting room floor. Well, I was hotter than fish grease, okay? I got on the phone. I called that stinking Jackie Chan, and I screamed, and I yelled. I said, you get Ratner on the phone, too. And I screamed, and I yelled. I said, you'll never make a Rush Hour 3 as long as I'm the mayor in the city of Las Vegas. I scared them so much, I am in the DVD.
Which is on sale at your neighborhood store for $19.99 if you want to see the mayor. Okay. Stephen, would you like to say a few words and tell us about your organization, please?
Yeah, we're a nonprofit organization that's actually a multicultural organization that started actually about 800 years before the founding of the Shaolin Temple. But it's a great way to start the celebration. This is our first of many. We're actually going to celebrate at many of the schools here in town as well as the casinos. And it ends on February 8th in Chinatown Plaza with a big celebration there.
Fantastic, thank you. And Andy and Vita. Andy, would you, Vita? Ladies first, ladies first. My mother raised me to always say ladies first. You want Andy to go?
Yes, go ahead. He's the president.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Wilson. OCA Las Vegas, we've done a lot for the community. We do a lot for the high school students and college students. We usually do hate crimes workshops, leadership workshops, and that is something we focus. It's one of the things we try to do is foster cultural heritage. And we, like I said, we do have over 80 college affiliates. So I wanted to recognize our board is actually here today too. It's Maria, if you can stand up real quick, Mr. Tanaka, and Dr. Terry Wong.
Thank you. We magically now have the proclamations. Thank you, Ramon. Okay, I'd like to present this to you on behalf of the City of Las Vegas. This proclaims today to be Chinese New Year Day here in Las Vegas. So I present this to you and your organization, and thank you folks for doing such good things here in the city. And Stephen, I have one for you, and likewise, thanks so much for your contributions. Now, finally, Mayor, if you don't mind, can we have the Lions do just a quick performance right here? Can we? What do you say? I'm the one with the microphone, not him. Just be careful. Lions come to meet. I could ask the mayor to sing. Do you know that? Well, let's give a round of applause. Thank you so much, Stephen, Dita, Andy. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Great having you here. Thank you. Nice having you here. Pleasure. Oh. All right, that's enough. Oh, I didn't mean to insult you, I swear.
She's like, bring the happiness to Claire. She's actually one of the mothers that came to help us with some of the children. Because we try to keep kids off the street. That's one of the things we do as an organization. And she's one of the mothers that helps participate.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Thank you.
Okay,
How about a round of applause?
I said enough's enough.
You can back up now. You can back up now.
Very good. Very good. Excellent. Great job. Great job. Great job. Thank you. As you can see, we have a lot of fun as the City Council, and we try to enjoy our citizens and all the good things that happen in the city. And today is a very special day in many, many ways. For our final item, we'd like to recognize our City Manager, Doug Selby, for his distinguished service to our city. Doug, would you please join us? And everyone, please give him a round of applause, please. Thank you. Doug joined us in 1999 as Deputy City Manager, and he was named the City Manager in 2002. He came to us after an outstanding 10-year career with the Las Vegas Valley Water District and Southern Nevada Water Authority. Doug moved to Las Vegas in 1963, and he attended Clark High School. He went on to attend UNLV, where he earned both a bachelor's and master's degree, both in biology, and he later earned his doctorate in environmental engineering at Utah State University. These words are I'd like to emphasize them. I wish I could underline them while I speak, but he has been instrumental in helping us create the world-class city in which we live today. He's helped us to improve citizen awareness of how tax dollars are spent to benefit residents, promote a diversity initiative to better serve and engage the city's increasingly diverse population, initiated a system for tying city performance to citizen expectations, and support a sustainable growth agenda. He also served as the executive director of the redevelopment agency during a time of tremendous growth. He's a very special fellow. He's respected by everybody in City Hall, not because of his position, but because he earned their respect. They know that he is a decent person. He's a good human being. He's kind. He listens. His presence is such that he brings respect to everything that he touches here in City Hall, and we're going to miss him. Nobody's indispensable, as we all know, but Doug has left his footprint here that I don't know whether anybody will be able to fill it. He has worked with each of the council members, which is not an easy task because we come from different backgrounds ourselves, and he's always maintained our confidences. If we said something to him, he treated it as though it was between him and each one of us, and he did every time what he thought was best for the interest of the citizens of Las Vegas. And Doug, I say this many, many times, and sometimes I make light of it, but the truth of the matter is, today, when we give you the key to the city, it's with the respect and devotion and love and affection of each and every one of us up here, and Councilwoman Darkany and Councilman Barlow. They share that same respect, and we want you to know when you look at this to think kindly of us and our relationship with you and the other council persons that you worked with during your tenure here. You're a very special person, and we have been lucky to have known you, and we hope in the future we continue to enjoy the wonderful relationship we've had with you. Congratulations, Doug. Okay. Okay, and the Mayor Pro Tem, you wanted to share with all of us this morning an event that's going to happen this afternoon. We're going to name a park and a trailhead after Dr. Selby down at Sand Hill and Lamb. The Mayor Pro Tem has already gotten permission or authority or the acquiescence and consent in order to do that, and Doug's name will be part of our community forever. So that's a wonderful thing and a great gesture. Thank you. Thank you, Gary.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, council members. It's actually humbling to stand here and hear those things about me. I just tried to do my job as I saw it. It's been a rare and rewarding experience to be the city manager of a city known around the world. It's really quite an honor. I grew up in Las Vegas and never thought that I would hold a position like this. And I'm especially grateful to the City Council for the trust and confidence you've shown in me over the years. You're leaders in a difficult situation, often even in the best of times, and now as we go into this time of revenue downturns, the decisions you have to make are even more difficult. And I honestly respect you for what you do. And I've often told people when they ask, would you ever run for office? I said, no. It's a thankless job that these folks do, but I'm so glad that we have such great council members for our city. They're honest in their commitment to the city. They're honest in their efforts to do everything they can to preserve neighborhoods and act in the best interests of our residents and our business community. Special thanks to Mayor Goodman. He and I have grown, I'd say, fairly close over the years, and I know a manager's supposed to basically be impartial and not to align yourself too closely with any one member of the City Council in order to serve everybody equally, but I have, and will now confess for the first time, really favor Mayor Goodman. He's treated me with such respect and courtesy and given me a lot of wonderful chances, believed in some kind of out there ideas that I brought to him, and I will always be indebted to him and hope that our friendship will continue for many, many years. Thanks to my staff, somebody who's silently there all the time, Gwendolyn Barnes, my executive assistant for almost 10 years, has made sure I got to meetings on time, made sure appointments were scheduled, made sure that my letters were properly formatted, and that I looked better than I really am, perhaps, at times. Thanks to my deputy city managers, Orlando and Betsy. They stood by me loyally, got great commitment to public service, and I really want to say something special about Betsy. She is soon to be sworn in to replace me. I think she'll be the 17th city manager for Las Vegas since its charter, and she's prepared, she's ready, she's dedicated, and she's passionate about public service, and I know she'll do a wonderful job and take the city even further than we have gone to date. My executive team, these are the people that run the departments on a day-to-day basis. They're adept, they're professional, and they really do their job each and every day to make the city of Las Vegas the kind of place that the council has said they want it to be. And all of these people, if I look good from time to time, it's because of all of these people. This is a job that you don't do by yourself. You do it with support of each and every employee at the city of Las Vegas, from the people who are doing work in the Parks Department to the senior level at the city. They all work hard to serve the community and in turn help me to look like a very hopefully capable city manager and administrator. And finally, I've got to thank my family, my wife Susan and my children, for kind of sacrificing a bit in terms of what is normal personal life for a lot of us. Me getting up at 3 in the morning worrying about something and them saying, what is it? And I say, it's something at the city. And they've been very tolerant of me, and I really do appreciate them. I hope that my time at the city leaves it as a better organization. The mayor's mentioned some things. I know we're a different organization than we were 6 years ago. Hopefully some of that I was able to shepherd along. I know the leadership of the council has changed the way we do business, given a commitment to more transparency in government, a more honest and forthright government, trying to do the best it can. Organizationally, I think we've got better communication among all of ourselves here. The mayor's mentioned the commitment to sustainability and recognizing the environment we live in and doing a good job to reduce, the popular term is reduce our carbon footprint. We have a robust performance management system that is serving us well during these times of economic challenges. And we've got a greater sensitivity, I think, and appreciation for each of us as human beings, not just as coworkers, but as people who bring something special to the city of Las Vegas every day. Over the years, I've learned many valuable lessons. I've had some wonderful experiences. They've made me a different person and hopefully a better person. They're things that I take with me as I leave, and I'll forever be indebted to the city for the opportunities to have those experiences and learn those lessons. And more than anything, I'll remember with fondness the wonderful people I've had a chance to work with over the years. And I'll carry your memories with me wherever I go and whatever I do. And I just thank you, Mayor. I know how much the key of the city means, and I am really honored to receive that. And thank you, council members.
That with the council.
Okay. My last
As you know, whenever you vote these pictures.
No.
All right, I'm going to call item 43 out of order. This is discussion and possible action regarding the employment agreement with Elizabeth N. Fretwell as city manager, effective today at 5 p.m. Betsy, at this time, yes, please. I'll ask the council whether they have any comments or questions before I make a motion. All right, I see none. Then at this time, I'm going to move that Elizabeth N. Fretwell become our city manager effective today at 5 p.m. All right, the motion carries. At this time, what? Okay, let's have a voice vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those, excuse me?
Your Honor, back here.
Yes.
Before you take the voice vote, I just need to make part of the record that we have submitted some slight amendments to the agreement. There is a change that was made on page 3 of the agreement, and there were 2 typographical errors on 5 and 6. The amended has been submitted to the clerk, and so we recommend approval of that amended agreement.
All right, very good. Let's have the vote again. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations. Betsy, would you please come forward? Betsy, I would like to invite your family to join us at the podium. Chris Robinson, your mother, her mother, Mary Bennett, her father, Ray, and stepmother, Jenny. And I'm very pleased this morning to administer the oath of office to Betsy as our new city manager. As I understand it, Chris, you're going to hold the Bible. Thank you. And we're supposed to stand sideways like this, as I understand it. All right, Betsy, would you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that you will support, protect, and defend the Constitution and government of the United States and the Constitution and government of the state of Nevada against all enemies, whether domestic or foreign, that you will bear true faith, allegiance, and loyalty to the same, any ordinance, resolution, or law of any state, convention, or legislature to the contrary, notwithstanding, and that you will well and faithfully perform all of the duties of the position in which you are about to enter, so help you God.
I do.
Congratulations.
I just have a few little comments. I figured I'd better make a little note, or I might forget something really important. First, I'd like to thank the mayor and council for having the confidence in me to hold this position. And I'm going to do my very best to make all of them very proud and work with them as a team to achieve their vision. I'd also like to thank Chris and my mom and dad for all their support and love along the way, as well as all my family members back in South Carolina who couldn't be here, including my grandmother. I said this before, you know, we have such a fabulous executive team here in the city of Las Vegas. I feel blessed to work with them. And without them, we really wouldn't get the things done that the council has identified that we need to get done. And we wouldn't be able to attain the goals that the citizens have worked to help us establish to make this community great. So I'm really thrilled to be able to work with each and every one of the department heads and all of the city employees. I'm also excited about working with our community partners. We have so many people in this community who are committed to making this community great in the business sector, the nonprofit sector, and throughout the community. I'm so excited to have an opportunity to work with them in this capacity because I know together we will do great things. And I guess I'll just wrap up by saying the mayor and council work very, very hard to put together a vision for this community, and they assemble a team around them to help make that happen. And I know this is a very difficult, tough economic time for all of us. I hope to help manage through that situation, and that when we come out of this, we'll come out stronger and greater than we went into it. And that's saying a lot because we're pretty fabulous as a community anyway. I don't think when I went to a government for a day class in high school and I played city manager for a day in Greenville, South Carolina, that I ever thought I would be the city manager of one of the top 25 largest cities in the country. But here I am, and I'm so excited, and I thank you for the opportunity.
That's great. I got worried, Betsy, because I saw Chris sitting out there and next to her sister, and I thought I had too much to drink this morning. All right, let's start the meeting. Oh, certainly. Let's have some pictures, sure. We'll take a little bit of a recess here. How you doing? It's good seeing you again.
Nice to see you. Nice to see you.
Congratulations again. Yes, congratulations. Oh, is that right? All right.
Jenny's younger.
Hi, how are you? Welcome. Welcome back. Okay. Okay, the council.
All right.
All right. Okay.
He makes you look forward. He does. Thank you.
They are. They're getting young these days. They're fresh out of school.
Hi, everybody. How are you? Hello.
Vice President, right up here.
Very good. How are you all?
On either side of it.
Good. I'm going to have you introduce yourselves and tell us what grade you're in. What grade are you in? All in fifth? And are you the student council? Well, that's great. That's a good thing. And are those all your classmates out there? Oh, the rest of the council too. Okay. Very good. This is a good thing.
What's your name? Shane. How are you? And where do you go to school?
Okay. All right, folks. Before we start our formal agenda, I'd like to have the youngsters who are here. They're joining us from Ullum Elementary. They're members of the Student Council. They're joined by their colleagues on the Student Council who are in the audience today. And we want to welcome all of you here and hope that you enjoy the proceedings. It's always a delight for us to have youngsters share the podium with us and be up here at the dais and participate in the process. So at this time, I'm going to ask these fine young children to identify themselves and tell us what their position is on the Student Council. If you would start to my left, please, and speak into the mic.
I am Saul, and I am the Student Council President.
One more time.
There we go. I don't know.
I am Saul, and I am the Student Council President.
And Saul, what's your last name?
Mariano.
Okay, welcome. Young lady?
Hello, I am Shine Rakowski, and I'm the Student Council Vice President.
Welcome here. Good. Yes.
Hi, I'm Joanna Collins, and I'm the Student Council Media Specialist.
Uh-oh. That's the one I want to meet. All right.
My name's Graciela, and I'm the School Secretary.
Very good.
Hi, I'm David Lopez, and I'm Treasurer of the Student Council.
Well, welcome, and we're happy to have you here, and we'll all teach you how to use the buttons here when we take our votes, okay? All right, here. Item number 10 is any items from the morning session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have item number 12 is community charter for Union Park located at 100 South Grand Central Parkway. Councilman Barlow has requested that be held in advance until our February the 4th, 2009 meeting. Item 26 is award of contract number 090109, Prime Design Services Agreement for Storm Drain Assessment Program. Award recommended to Project Engineering Consultants, Inc. Staff's asked to strike. Item 46 is discussion of possible action on the City of Las Vegas Comprehensive Annual Finance Report for fiscal year ending June 30, 2008. Staff wants that to be held in advance until our February the 4th, 2009 meetings. Are there any other items we need to bring forward at this time? Hearing none, I'll make a motion to bring these three items forward and take the appropriate action, please.
Yes, Ms. Falder.
Ms. Falder.
Mayor and Council, I'd like to request that item 41 be moved forward.
All right. Move forward at this time.
Yes, please.
Item 41, Your Honor, is R42009, approval of a resolution repealing Resolution R70-2008 and calling for a public hearing on the authorization of a lease agreement, authorization of lease purchase agreement to finance acquisition, improvement, and equipment of a new city hall project in an amount not to exceed $267 million. This is Ward 3.
Yes, Ms. Falder.
Mayor and Council, Candace Falder, Acting Finance Director. We need to make a correction, typographical errors on the amounts listed on the notice that will be published. The range needs to be estimated at $2 million and $23,500,000. Correction of an error listed in the publication.
Between $2 million?
Between $2 million and $23.5 million.
That's a pretty wide range.
It's a very wide range. It's speaking to the repayment amounts on the lease
I
purchase.
see, okay, thank you. And just so that the folks know, this is the resolution that we need in order to have the public hearing. There will be a public hearing held on this, and anybody who wants to be heard is certainly more than welcome to attend these proceedings. All right, with that in mind, Mayor Pro Tem, your motion, please.
Yes, Your Honor. I make a motion that we make those corrections on item 41, please.
All right, thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Green, please. Yes, and then we'll vote on the other
Mayor,
matter.
can I clarify if this motion on item 41 or on the item number 10?
The motion, that specific motion was just 41, and then the next motion will be on item number 10.
Thank you.
So on item 41, the motion carried. All right, then let's vote. Green button, please. Okay. Opposed, please. All right, motion carries. Thank you.
And item 122646, Your Honor, I make a motion we follow the recommendations with all conditions, please.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 11 is approval of the final minutes by reference of the regular City Council meeting of December 17, 2008. Is there a motion to approve the minutes, please?
Yes, Your Honor. No additions or deletions. I make a motion to approve the minutes, please.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I will abstain as I was not a member of council at that time.
All right, is that the abstention declaration that you wish to apply throughout? That is different.
That's it later.
All right, thank you.
I have more, please.
Well, you are the great abstainer, so we expect that of you. Thank you. All right, let's vote. Green, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, items 12 through 41, with the exception of, it'd be items 13 through 41, with the exception of, actually it'd be 13 through 40, are on the consent agenda, and they're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items that the council wishes to bring forward at this time? All right, seeing none, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. Make a motion to approve items 13 through 40 with all conditions, please.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 42 is a hearing to consider appeal regarding nuisance notice and order to comply located at 1006 East Oakey Boulevard. The property owner is Gregory J. Logan, and this is in Ward 3. Mr. Smith.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background is that the subject property was determined to be a public nuisance as defined in Las Vegas Municipal Code, Title IX, dealing with nuisances. A nuisance notice in order to comply was mailed to the property owner to correct the public nuisance as defined in the Las Vegas Municipal Code. Per 16.44.250, contractor site office, watchman's quarters, Municipal Code 19.04.020, accessory uses and structures, and 19.08.040, residential district development standards. A copy of the notice and order was posted on the property. Today's hearing is to consider the appeal of the notice and order to comply filed by Gregory Logan, owner and responsible party. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the nuisance in order to comply.
All right. Are you Mr. Logan?
Yes, I am.
Yes, we'd be happy to hear from you, sir.
I'm sorry?
Be happy to hear from you if you'd like to.
Yes, I have some exhibits.
Yes, do
Sure.
whatever you feel is appropriate.
I have some for each of you.
If you'd be kind enough to hand them to the clerk, she'll pass them up to us. There are 5 of us here today.
Your Honor, if I may, there are some photos here that we are displaying just to kind of show you the condition of the property.
All right, they have not been on the overhead thus far.
It's my turn to speak?
It is.
Yeah, I'd like to have it read into the record that I've made 5 motions to dismiss on this. They would be in your packets. I'll just go through it very quickly. December 29th, I wasn't sure just how this was orchestrated and who was the prosecutor and how all this takes place. So I faxed these motions to Stephen Harson, to Devin Smith, which I believe is the man to my left, Dan Still, and to Gia Rodriguez. The first motion was December 29th. That was a motion to dismiss, and the basis for that was that the city did not act in a timely fashion. When I was given the notice and order, which I would like it to be put into the record, that I requested that I be given a notice and order because apparently there's no way to appeal a corrective action. I'm kind of a neophyte with this. The only other experience I've had with neighborhoods, with code enforcement, was in North Las Vegas, and it's handled in an entirely different manner there. So it was my understanding that you can only appeal a notice and order. I asked Mr. Smith to give me that, and of course he did. On December 29th, I filed a motion to dismiss based on what I feel is the failure to prosecute in a timely fashion. The notice and orders indicates that the appellant, which would be myself, would be notified in 15 days as to the time, the place, and the procedure for this appeal. I was not. I think it was 20 days elapsed before that happened. January 4th, I filed a motion to dismiss, and that was based on the failure of Neighborhood Services to honor my previous request for discovery. I asked to be given the copy of 4 different case files. I think at that point I had perhaps 1. I did not have the remaining 3. On January 14th, I made another motion to dismiss based on failure of Neighborhood Services to honor the previous, that was the December 30th and the January 4th request for discovery. I still had been given nothing other than case number 7, this case, the current case. I asked for 3 additional cases. On January 16th, I made another motion to dismiss based on the same pleading that they had not fully honored the request for discovery. At that point, I had managed to get from them the current case file plus 2 of the other 3 I had requested. I had not received the 4th one. On January the 20th, which was yesterday, I made another motion to dismiss based on the fact I still had not received the remaining case file that I had asked for several weeks prior to this. An unidentified party, I guess it was someone from Neighborhood Services. I made that motion at 8:45 in the morning. Early afternoon, someone appeared at my door and handed me the final case file, which I had asked for. So as of, I guess, about 1 or 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon, they had finally complied with my request for discovery. So those are my motions to dismiss. I'd like that to just be put into the record.
All right, thank you. Is that it?
No, I have quite a bit more.
Okay, fine. Let me ask the city attorney, is there any, in your opinion, is there any merit to the motion to dismiss as promulgated by the gentleman?
Not that I'm aware of, but I have an attorney from my office who specializes in this, and I would like her input.
All right, would you please identify yourself?
Good morning, Mayor, City Council. Heidi Almasi, Deputy City Attorney, Civil Division. I do the code enforcement stuff on behalf of Mr. Jerbrick and his office. In this instance, Mr. Logan received a notice and order which was delivered November 25th. He had 10 days to appeal. He perfected that on December 2nd. The city clerk, pursuant to Las Vegas Municipal Code 9040708, is required within 15 days to let a party who appeals know that their appeal has been received, it has been docketed, and it will be scheduled before the city council. In this case, the city clerk sent a letter to Mr. Logan on December 22nd. The last day would have been December 18th if we adhered to the 15 days. In this instance, as a matter of appellate law, though, the remedy for a failure to timely respond is not dismissal. It's to grant the appellant his right to an appeal. And what I would also point out to the mayor and city council is that also as a matter of appellate practice, when you've requested a continuance, which Mr. Logan did at the January 7th council meeting, you're put in a slightly different position when you therefore challenge the city for its lack of timeliness. So I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Are you familiar with all of the pleadings that Mr. Logan has submitted?
I am.
Do you think that any of them are worthy of dismissal?
No, not as a matter of procedural. We're granting him his appeal. We've turned over the discovery he's requested. This is his time to appeal it. If he doesn't feel that he's had sufficient time to prepare based on the discovery that's been turned over that he's requested, we could, of course, obey it to another council meeting.
Well, it does disturb me if he's entitled to discovery, and I'm under the impression that because you were complying with his request that he was entitled to those, and he got his last discovery yesterday, that if he needs more time, he should be given more time in order to respond. But that's, do you need more time?
Your Honor, I'll stipulate to not needing any additional time.
Fair enough. Then we'll go forward today, and I will, based on council's advice, I'm going to overrule the motions to dismiss.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes.
May I please, and it's at your wish, but we were just handed all of these materials. And I don't know whose fault it is or whatever, but how can we be prepared to listen to his appeal when we're handed, I don't know, 7,500 pages with pictures and other things? I haven't had a chance to read this. This was just handed to us today. I mean, in order to give both sides a fair hearing, I can't absorb this material in the next 5 minutes.
Let me ask you this. Mr. Smith, is there any kind of clear and present danger existing at the property at this time that if we gave an abeyance for 2 weeks of that?
We don't believe so, no.
All right, so based on that, Mayor Pro Tem, what's your feeling?
I'm ready to hear it today.
And if I may, my only point is that in order to be able to understand the issue thoroughly, none of us, I don't think, have read these materials. I'm sorry.
Wilson.
Yeah, this is a really very simple, straightforward matter. We can probably handle it in 20, 25 minutes. It's very straightforward.
Okay, let's do it.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask
Yes.
a question? I don't think we know what the cases that you asked for in discovery pertain to. What are those cases that he asked for discovery, and how do they relate to this case?
Okay.
Let me ask
Mayor and Council.
Let me ask Mr. Smith. What is before us today? What is the issue?
Currently, this is just one property at 1006 Oakey Boulevard that has a shed on it and a portable trailer. And per municipal code, you can't have a vacant piece of property with a structure on it without having a main structure, and you can't have a construction trailer of some type on that property without current permits and construction going on.
And are there any permits which permit this?
Not that we're aware of.
All right.
According to the building department, there are not. The other cases that he's talking about are other properties around the city that he owns,
Yes.
that we have similar cases and circumstances on these.
Okay, in other words, the discovery that he was asking for, and that's what Councilman Stedman was inquiring about, pertain to other properties in other places owned by the gentleman throughout the city. Is that a fair
Other
statement?
than this one, yes.
Other than this, okay.
Yes.
If I could.
Yes.
Devin, have you seen these pictures?
Yes, I have.
Could you go through these pictures and tell us where these are at?
Those pictures there are, I can just very briefly, there was a lot of trash and debris and other things on the property that have been cleaned up by the gentleman. All we're currently dealing with right now is a structure that's on there that's an unpermitted structure that can't be there, and a construction trailer that has no permits of any type that it could be there either.
That's why I want the record. This has nothing to do with what we're talking about today.
All right, so it's a very narrow issue that's before us today.
Correct.
And that's all I'm going to let you talk to, Mr. Logan, as to why you have allowed these things to be on your property out there without proper permitting. Do you have permits for them?
There's nothing on the property at the moment other than a permitted shed. And the trailer, which he refers to, I don't know if that's permitted or not permitted, but as will become very plain, the ordinance that they use to cite me for the trailer has nothing at all to do with my property, nothing. And it'll be very obvious here in a moment.
All right, well, let's bring it to a head.
The municipal code about the trailer is it's storage on a vacant piece of property that is not allowed per municipal code.
Okay.
And to have an accessory structure per municipal code, you must have a main living structure to have a permitted accessory structure. When the house was there, at one time that may have been a permitted structure, but once the house goes away, there cannot be any other structures on that vacant property.
All right.
We met with the building department. I set up a meeting with him, Mr. Knight, Mr. Clark. We went over all this. He wanted to know what he could do. They told him there's nothing he could do. These things need to go.
So
And-
basically, what he's asking us today is to keep these things on the property, and you're saying that it's against the city code to have these things on the property?
Correct.
Okay.
If I could just take a moment.
Yeah, why should they be on the property?
Pardon me?
Why should we say they should be on the property?
I don't know if the trailer is permitted or not permitted. What I do know, and it'll be very obvious if you'll be willing to take a look at this, the ordinance that they used to cite me for that trailer has nothing to do with this particular situation. I don't know if truly there is an ordinance that may prohibit it, but the ordinance that was used to cite me certainly has nothing to do with it. It'll be very obvious once you look at this.
All right, what is the ordinance that he was cited under?
16.44.250.
Could you read that to us?
I do not have that in front of me, Your Honor.
All right, well, he has provided us, it says, for 16.44.250, contractor site office, watchman's quarters, remove construction trailer, the temporary use of mobile home or travel trailer may be permitted for the use of a contractor engaged in construction work on the same parcel of land. Moreover, a mobile home or travel trailer may be placed upon any lot or parcel of land to be used by a watchman when approved by the Director of the Department of Building and Safety. Any such mobile home or traveled trailer shall be properly installed and maintained in accordance with this chapter. Basically, is your position, Mr. Logan, that this is not a contractor site office or a watchman's quarters?
Your Honor, in your packet...
Is that right? Is that what
No,
you're relying upon?
that's not correct, sir, because if you look in your packet, there is a copy of the Chapter 16.44, and that's the ordinance that they're citing me. They're using the very last item of 16.44, which is .250. If you look at the first page of the ordinance, 16.44, as a matter of fact, the ordinance is titled... If you look at the very first paragraph of Chapter 16.44010, it describes the purpose of this ordinance, and it's very plain, Your Honor. It says the purpose of this chapter, they cited me based on the very last paragraph of this chapter, but the opening chapter describes what this chapter refers to. It says the purpose of this chapter is to provide minimum standards to safeguard life, health, property, and public welfare by regulating and controlling the installation of all mobile homes and accessory structures in mobile home parks and mobile home residential estates, and to provide regulations for owners or managers of mobile home parks. I have a partially vacant, what has now become hopefully a building lot in a single-family residential neighborhood. It's not a mobile home park. It's not a manufactured home residence.
Okay, Mr. Jervik.
It's my interpretation of the law that the only two ways such a device can be on the property is if it's used by a contractor or as a watchman's trailer, and as a watchman's trailer by permit or as a contractor's trailer by permit. To my knowledge, it is neither one, and therefore it is not a permitted use.
How about the gentleman's argument that this applies only to trailer parks?
This is not the way we read the ordinance, Your Honor. This applies citywide.
The ordinance is very clear.
Okay, well...
Your Honor, if I may.
Yes, Mr. Smith.
That's why I set up the meeting when we did this with Chris Knight, who was the Director of Building and Safety, and in order for that to be there, he'd have to have active permits on the property, and at that point, Director Knight could give approval for that, but because there's no active permits, he will not give written approval for that.
Item 6 in your package is an active permit. I don't know how I'm going to fare here with the shed. On November the 7th, I obtained a demolition permit. It was and it is in place, and it's good, I understand, for 180 days.
Have you seen that document, Mr. Smith?
I have not.
You want to show it to Mr. Knight here? Is this a document that you're referring to which would permit this?
Mr. Smith, that would be Exhibit 6.
One thing I will say is on the other properties where he did the active demo permits, it was determined by legal and by Director Knight that even though the permit is good for 180 days, being the governing body, we do not have to give him 180 days to dismantle and remove an illegal structure. That could be a timeline that we felt was reasonable to make that happen. And through this whole conversation, this trailer has sat there for an additional...
Okay. This is the way I say it, Mr. Logan. We have to, for the most part, listen to what our attorneys are telling us. And they're indicating that the situation you have out there is impermissible at this point. So if we rule against you, and I understand your position that the ordinance doesn't apply, you believe that you have a permit, this is all part of the record, you'll just have to take it, if we rule against you, you'll have to take it to another body because our hands are basically tied. You're asking us to make a legal decision, and we have to rely on counsel when it comes to that.
I'm just asking you to examine the ordinance, which you have a copy of, and make a reasonable determination. It has nothing to do with a single-family residential neighborhood.
And by its title, I would have to agree with you, but our staff is telling us that it does, so we'll just have to take action based on what the staff's advice is.
Mayor,
Yes.
Mr. Jurvix let me know that he's making a call upstairs to Val Steed, who does our ordinance drafting, just to clarify, so that we can answer any further questions.
Okay,
related
because
to
to me, it seems to be under a category that it does not apply here. But Mr. Jurvik is telling us it does, and we have to follow his advice under this circumstance. But I think Mr. Logan's argument makes sense to me. But why don't we wait to see what Mr. Jurvik and Mr. Steed come back with? And why don't you have a seat? We'll call this back.
There's a bit more to go through here. I was cited.
No, there's not at this point. I want to get this resolved.
I see.
All right, we'll come back to 42.
We're hoping to do that this morning, Your Honor?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
All right, we'll go on to item 44. This is discussion and possible action regarding a consent to assignment and assumption of disposition and development agreement for the Second Amendment to Disposition and Development Agreement by and between Alpha Omega Strategies, Inc., and Nevada Corporation, and Alpha Omega Strategies, LLC, a Nevada Limited Liability Company, for real property located at 1501 North Decatur Boulevard in Ward 5. And this item is related to the earlier items discussed at the Redevelopment Agency meeting this morning, items 5 and 6, and Council Item 45. I'll read 45 into the record as well. Discussion and possible action regarding the third amended and restated disposition and development agreement among the City of Las Vegas, a municipal corporation of the State of Nevada, the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency, a public body, and Alpha Omega Strategies, LLC, for real property located at 1501 North Decatur Boulevard in Ward 5. And this item, as we mentioned, is related to the RDA item 5 and 6 and Council Item 44. Mr. Adams.
Good morning. Scott Adams, Director of the Office of Business Development. These items, 44 and 45, are the identical companion items to the items that the Redevelopment Agency approved this morning at 8 a.m. Without going into all the details that we went through this morning, I'll incorporate the discussion that we had at presentation by reference from this morning's 8 a.m. Redevelopment Agency agenda. Just simply stipulate that on item 44, it's an agreement to consent to the assignment and assumption of the agreement between the City, the Redevelopment Agency, and Alpha Omega Strategies, Inc. to LLC, Alpha Omega Strategies, LLC. Item 45 is a third amended and restated agreement to the existing agreement that we've had with the same parties, which does two minor things. It allows the earnest money deposit to be used as a surety bond to make off-site improvements so they can sell their commercial parcels, and it extends the date for start of construction on the residential tower from September to January 1st, 2010. Staff recommends approval. By your approving these items now as City Council, combined with the actions taken by the Redevelopment Agency, you'll make both of these items effective.
Thank you. Any questions, Mr. Adams?
No question, Mr. Adams, Your Honor. If I could, though, I'd like to request Mr. McDonald if he could make that same speech he made this morning. It was quite moving. The speech you made this morning, could you repeat that, please?
Yes, sir.
No, just kidding.
No, we could play it back on a TiVo or something. All right. Do you have anything you'd like to add, Mr. McDonald?
None right now, Your Honor.
Mr. Bain? All right, fine. Are there any comments or questions? All right, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. On item number 44, I make a motion for approval of all conditions, please.
Please. Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
And on item 45, I make a motion to follow staff and RDA's recommendations for approval.
All right, please vote.
All conditions.
Opposed, please.
We're working on it.
Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
I thought you could read it again.
47 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval, a change of business name and a change of ownership for beer, wine cooler off-sale license for BD West Coast Products LLC, doing business as Arco AMPM Mini Mart at 5060 West Fillmore to, that's not right, to Mini Market 5060 to Kmart Brothers, Decatur LV LLC, DBA Kmart Decatur at 1625 South Decatur Boulevard, and that's in Ward 1. Ms. Meyer?
Mayor and members of council, Carol Meyer, Finance and Business Services. The applicant that we have before us today has met all of our requirements to be considered for temporary approval of this change of ownership and change of name. And my recommendation would be approval subject to any and all conditions.
All right, is the applicant here? All right, Mayor Pro Tem?
I would follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item, Your Honor.
Thank you. Let's vote on that. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you. 48 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a massage establishment license for Massage Pro, Inc., doing business as Massage Pro at 5300 West Sahara Avenue in Suite 101. This is in Ward 1. Ms. Meyer?
Mayor, members of council, again, the applicant has met all of our requirements for consideration of temporary approval of this massage establishment license, and Mr. Fisher is here to answer any questions you may have of him.
Thank you. Mr. Fisher? Okay. Are there any questions of either Ms. Meyer or Mr. Fisher? All right, seeing none, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. Make a motion to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item with all conditions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Opposed, please. Thank you. Motion carries. Item 49 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new wedding chapel license. All Seasons Wedding Chapel LLC, doing business as All Seasons Wedding Chapel at 1040 East Sahara Avenue in Suite 104. This is Ward 3. Ms. Meyer?
Mayor, members of council, this is our first wedding chapel application that we've had since we had our code amendment requiring this to be a privileged license. And we've met with Mr. Gill, and he's also stated to us that he understands all the problems that we've had with hand billing, and he is not going to be doing any hand billing or any miscellaneous sales at this time. And he's very familiar with the ordinance, and my recommendation would be temporary approval, subject to all conditions.
All right, Mr. Grill, will you identify yourself, please?
Michael Grill,
All right, and your address, please?
1774 Amarone Way, Henderson, Nevada.
Thank you. All right, are there any questions of Ms. Meyer or Mr. Grill at this time, or comments? I have a comment, if I may, and I want to address this primarily to the Mayor Pro Tem. On Saturday, I had the occasion to go to the Regional Justice Center, and that apparently is where some aspect of the marriage license take place. And I spoke to the pamphleteers, the folks who were there, and they're all well-behaved. They're all within the area that has been set off, and they've said that since this has gone into effect, there have been no incidents whatsoever. So it looked like that was the right thing to do there. And they were all very amenable to adhering to the limitations. Okay, with that, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor, I want to thank council members for supporting us on that ordinance. I think it has really helped the wedding chapel business, so I hope we get some more marriages coming to town. I move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item with all conditions.
Opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Item 50 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new beer wine cooler on-sale license for Deepa Enterprises LLC, doing business as Bollywood Grill at 6840 West Sahara Avenue, and this is in Ward 1. Ms. Meyer.
Mayor, members of council, again, the applicant has met all of our requirements to be considered for temporary approval of this beer wine cooler on-sale license, and my recommendation would be approval subject to all conditions.
Yes, ma'am. Would you identify yourself, please?
Mocherla Sujata.
You can tell them about your business.
Yes. Tell us, what is Bollywood? What's going to take place there?
That one is on the corner of Sahara and Rainbow.
What are you going to have in it?
The Indian food.
Okay. What's the specialty? Is it fattening?
No.
Okay. This is your chance for $1 million worth of free publicity if you want to tell us about it.
Chicken tikka masala.
I knew she'd say that. All right, that's great. Okay. All right, any comments or questions? All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor, I move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item with all conditions, please.
Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Your Honor.
Yes. I understand. Okay. All right, item 51 is discussion and possible action regarding an appeal of a work card denial for Laura Jones. This is in Ward 5. Ms. Jones, please come forward. Okay, Mr. DeFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, in the absence of Councilman Barlow, since this is in Ward 5, would you like to hear this application, or would you like to hold this off for 2 weeks?
Has Councilman Barlow indicated whether or not he wanted this obeyed?
We'll hear the supporting items.
Okay. Since this is one of our newer work card appeals under the new code, I'd like to remind the council and also inform the interim council member, Mr. Steinman, 6.86150 makes the presentation available to the applicant or her legal counsel, and they would do so by making an opening statement and be prepared to make oral arguments to the city council in support of their appeal. Today, what we do have before you is an appeal with the city council from Laura Jones, or also known as Laura Harms. She's applying for a grocery clerk cashier at the Smith's Food King at 3160 North Rainbow Boulevard. Within our packet, we do have support of her having her work card through the store director, whose name is Nikki Robeson. In the backup that you have a copy of the Metro report, which indicates the area of concern that they did find on Ms. Harms. Detective McClary and Sergeant Lowe are in the audience today. Should you have any questions about the report or any clarification about the report. Having said that, I will ask the Mayor Pro Tem if he would like to have Ms. Harms give her presentation.
First of all, are these some of your coworkers out here in the back?
No, they're not. No, they're not.
Mayor, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Where are we, Mr. DeFiore?
Okay, I just informed the council that we do have a report.
Right, we've seen the report.
Okay, and it would now be Ms. Harms.
Right, have you seen the report that has been given to us?
No, sir.
It's a confidential report which gives the background, which leads us to your appeal today. I think that you should take a look at it and basically be in a position where you can address the situation there. During our briefing yesterday, we went over it. We understand that your employer is familiar with
Yes,
the details of this, and notwithstanding that, feels that you should be employed, and we have a letter to that effect, according to Mr. DeFiore. I think what you might like to do is take a quick look at what Mr. DiFiore has, and if you have anything you want to tell us about that, we're happy to hear from you. Okay? This would be a good time to take a little bit of a recess for the youngsters from Ullum. If you folks would just bear with us for just a little bit, you're going to take a little recess here, and then you're going to come back after the recess, okay? Good.
See you in a few minutes, okay? See you in a few minutes.
What's your recommendation, Mr. DiFiore?
Mayor, I was just handed her actual appeal that is put in writing. And if you'll bear with me just a minute.
Sure. Take your time.
Would the council like to hear from Ms. Harms?
Yes. Could you tell us your recommendation so she'll know how far she should go?
Okay. I believe that in this particular case, with the support of her employer, that a 6-month site-specific temporary work card is probably what my recommendation would be, and we'd have a review within at the end of the 6-month period.
Okay. With that in mind, Ms. Harms, what would you like to tell us, if anything?
Well, I made a statement in writing, which I just gave this gentleman, and enclosed in the paperwork that I submitted was a copy of a certificate of, I went to an intensive 1-year drug program that's approved by the state of Nevada. I completed that and never had an incident, or never have since. I'm at a point in my life where I realize a segment of time of stupidity, or that was my problem, and everything that what charges I have had against me were related to drugs. And
I don't think it's necessary to say more than that. I think at this point in time, with your employer supporting you with the recommendation of Mr. DiFiore, that it's time to get on with the good part of your life.
Okay, that's what I want to do.
All right, thanks. Mayor Pro Tem.
My motion will be follow staff recommendation with all conditions with the 6-month review, site-specific, and just wish the young lady good luck.
Thank you so much.
Let's vote on that, please.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
When
You're way ahead. You sure you want to ask a question?
Okay, go
no,
ahead.
go ahead.
I'm so
What's the
sorry.
question? What's the question?
I thought I was done.
What's the question?
At that point, am I given a piece of paper or something that I can go and get the temporary card?
Mr. DiFiore will take good care of you.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck to you. Item 52 is discussion and possible action regarding an appeal of a work card denial for Kevin Landino at March Bacchus, and this is in Ward 4. Mr. DiFiore?
Mayor, members of the council, Mr. Landino is here to make an appeal on his work card denial. He does have support of the owner of the Marquet Bacchus, Mr. Jeffrey Wyatt, and I would, again, make a recommendation after hearing his appeal with a 6-month temporary card, site-specific, with a review at the end of the 6-month period.
All right, Mr. Landino, would you like to be heard?
Sure. Just basically real quick is that back a while ago, before I'd met my wife, I decided to make a big mistake in my life that I'm going to end up, obviously, as we're here today, that I'm going to have to deal with for the rest of my life. And I fully accept all responsibility for what I've done, but I have restitution I need to repay, and without a job I cannot repay that. And I have a family, a wife, and 3 beautiful children that if I don't have a job, I obviously can't take care of them also. So I'm asking that everybody would give me a fair second
We understand
chance.
that, and Mr. DiFiore has made a recommendation consistent with that. So are there any questions of Mr. Landino or Mr. DiFiore?
Please.
Councilor Wilson.
Jim, I'm going to ask you the same question I asked you in our briefing yesterday, and that is, You said that the employer is aware of this gentleman's background.
That's correct.
How do we know that? What do you base that statement on?
I have a letter in my possession from Jeffrey Wyatt that I can have submitted to the city clerk's office for the record. Essentially, Mr. Wyatt submitted this, and it essentially explained what he was made aware of by Mr. Landino, and that, I'll just read a quote, "We have entrusted him as an employee of our business and realize that good people do bad things. We are willing to look past this as he has completely shown his loyalty and trustworthiness to us."
I guess my question is, does that letter make reference to the blemish that we're talking about in Mr. Landino's fairly recent past?
It does, and it even names the business that...
Okay, and that's all I needed to know, is because I didn't know if we were just accepting this gentleman's word that he told his employer about it, but the reference is made with enough specificity to give you a comfort level that the employer is fully aware of what I'm calling a indiscretion, if you will, in your recent past.
Yes, it does.
Okay, great.
Are there folks, Mr. Landino, from the restaurant here today?
No, they are not. He's the sole owner, so...
Have you been working at the restaurant thus far?
Yes, I have, for 2 years.
Have you been serving liquor?
Not in the time that this has been put forth. When I went and talked to the lady in business services, she said I was not able to do that in between the time. So.
All right, because you know that if you don't have the proper permit, that you can't serve liquor.
Yes.
Okay. All right. This is Councilman Steinman.
Mr. Landino, I think you have proven to me that this is a serious issue, and you need to get on with your life and make restitution. And I'm glad we have that letter, as you read into the record. And I would move for granting of the temporary license.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed?
Pardon?
Motion carries. Mr. Landino, good luck to you. But tell the
Thank you
folks
very
there
much.
that unless they have the work card, they can't serve liquor.
Definitely.
Okay, that'll get the owner in a lot of trouble, and
No,
he will
definitely.
not like the people who are
Because
doing it.
I had my work card up until December 16th. From the previous, it had never been revoked. So from the 16th until today, I hadn't served any alcohol.
Okay, I'll take you at your word, but I'm just saying, tell the folks out there they can't do that.
Definitely.
All right?
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. All right, item 53 is discussion and possible action regarding an appeal of a work card denial for Edward Liftock. Okay, Mr. DiFiore?
Mayor and members of the council, you do have a copy of the police report in your investigative books.
Yes.
The applicant today is appealing the work card denial that was done, that occurred with Metro based upon the concerns that you find in your police report. And my recommendation today is going to be for denial. Mr. Lifcott obviously is here, and if you'd like to have him offer his appeal, now would be the time to do that.
Right, well, we appreciate that. Mr. Lifcott, we've received a report, a confidential report from the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department regarding this work card situation. Have you seen a copy of it?
No. No, I haven't.
Pretty serious stuff in it, to be honest with you, and I think that you should take a look at it before you talk to us about it. Yeah, Mr. DiFiore, do we have a policy assuring the appellants, so to speak, that they get a copy of the report so they're able to respond to it?
Well, I believe that there is a policy that Metro does provide them with a copy of the report, or at least to observe the report. I know that these reports were prepared and submitted to our office yesterday morning, and that's, I think, one of the reasons why he did not have a chance to see that.
Well, I think we better make sure that these folks have an opportunity to read the information that we're relying upon, and if there is something in the reports that we would rely upon that they feel is inaccurate, they have an opportunity to bring it to our attention, or else we're doing them a terrific disservice.
Okay.
May I speak, Mayor?
I don't think I'd
You don't
speak
think it'd
yet.
be wise? Okay.
What I would do if I were you, I'd get a copy of this report from Mr. DiFiore now, take a look at it. If you need a little time to respond, that's fine. If you're ready to respond after you read it, that's fine too.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Oh, no, that's going to be forever. I better talk to the mayor. Well, it's not always that. You certainly have the right to.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
The timing sequence that Mr. DiFiore relates on when he gets these reports in, I think is pretty typical, and I've just suggested to him that from now on, because he's probably not going to ever have time to mail these out and get them in the hands of the appellants, and particularly now since we've shifted the burden for him to make the presentation, I'm in agreement with you. Mr. DiFiore will just start bringing an extra copy, hand it over, but it is a confidential report. In the end, as you know, we don't retain these reports in the possession of the city. They're returned to Metro, but he can share them with the appellants.
I think it's,
let them
I
read
think
it.
due process, I think, demands that he knows what we're relying upon.
I don't disagree, but because we don't retain these and they are the property of Metro as they're so marked, Mr. DiFiore will just start bringing an extra copy, get it back from them at the time after the appeal is heard.
Okay, but
Meanwhile,
they
I've
really-
given him my copy of the
But
report.
they really need an opportunity, if he needs time to defend it. I don't think it's fair to an appellant that he be given the allegations basically the morning of a hearing and be expected to protect his own rights.
Is he aware of these allegations beforehand?
I don't know. He doesn't even know what's in the report.
The first one given to him wasn't even the
I
him.
got it. Well, no, I understand. We have to work on this because it's not fair.
Sure, and we need to iron some things out, and I think this is probably the best solution we're going to come up with, is to be able to share it with them in the morning. But permit me to suggest that it is always the case that at the police counter, when the work card is denied, they're told exactly what the reasons are, and here it's fundamentally because of criminal conviction. So he knows why, what the
Okay.
details are that the police later learn. Of course, I agree with you that he ought to have in his possession
Fair
when he
enough.
argues his appeal.
Fair enough. Wait, before you say anything. All right. Do you want to go? Do you want to go forward today?
Sure. Yes, Your
All right,
Honor, I
fine.
do.
All right, Mr. DiFiore, have you completed your presentation?
About this.
I'm sorry, Mayor, would you say that
Have
again?
you completed your presentation?
I just wanted just to acknowledge that what is contained in the Metropolitan Police Report was contained in the arrest report when he was arrested for the offense.
Okay. All right. Any questions of Mr. DiFiore before we hear from Mr. Liftock? All right, Mr. Liftock? What do you have to say?
It stated that they spoke to my probation officer. When I spoke with the probation officer, Blankenship, regarding LifeTalk, his statement was LifeTalk is an addict, and if he fell off the wagon, in his opinion, he would reoffend. I graduated August of last year, from West Care. When I was arrested, I was taken from a recovery program from the Las Vegas Rescue Mission. I have made a complete turnaround. I've been a resident for 27 years, and I haven't made much of a name for myself, obviously. I applied here at Jacqueline Knight's store, and she gave me a chance. And I haven't let her down. I worked for her for almost a year. When we got notice that I wasn't allowed to sell alcohol or liquor, I was doing stocking, putting away groceries and stuff like that until today, our appeal. My probation officer, I just seen him yesterday on my monthly, and he told me that for me to be denied work would be wrong. I have to work, according to my probation. He has met with Jackie Knight on several occasions. He knows the type of work I do. There has never even been a complaint on me. The store's monitored. There's always another cashier, clerk, somebody there. I've been on probation for a year without any type of violation, any problems at all. I attend FACT, Family and Child Treatment, almost a year. March will be a year. I'm in level 2 of a 3-level phase. I'm just doing the next right thing. I have, like I said, lived in Las Vegas for a lot of years. And I have a drug history. I did have a drug history of 20 years, which is gone. I have proven that point to many people and to myself.
When you appeared in court on the allegations of misconduct,
Yes.
Did you plead guilty?
Yes, I did.
In
I pled guilty to coercion.
Right. In effect, you were admitting the
The
allegation?
guilt, yes. I wasn't in denial.
Okay, as contained in this report?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Were you under the influence when you did that?
No, I wasn't. When they arrested me, I had 4 months in a recovery program already, a clean time, at the Las Vegas Rescue Mission, which is a Christian-based recovery program, celebrated recovery. And I had made a remarkable changes in my recovery and everything. I became part of a church band, I mean, everything. It's just, I was on my way. And that's the only thing that kept me, when I went to jail for 4 months, it's the only thing that kept me sane was my relationship with God. That's the only thing that kept me sane and knew everything was going to be okay no matter what trials and tribulations I have to go through, come here, do this, do that. I'm going to do it because I have the right, I do, to do a good in this society, in this city, to prove myself, which I have proven to those people back there. They wouldn't be here. These are the owners of the 7-Elevens. Those are my bosses, my co-workers.
Are they aware of the allegations?
Yes, Your Honor, they are.
Are they aware that if...
There's no letter that he has? Would you receive a letter from them?
I did.
We understand that, but these are very, in my opinion...
They're very serious charges. Yes, Your Honor, they are. Yes, Your Honor, they are. And I'm not in
if, in fact, in my opinion, with the knowledge that these employers have about your admission to actually having done this, if, God forbid, you were in a spot where you did it again and it was on their premises, they would probably have their store owned by somebody else at the end of the day.
They're taking a big chance on me, Your Honor.
That is a big chance.
I haven't let them down yet.
How long have they known about these allegations?
About a year now. I started in March last year for working for them. And I came right to Jacqueline, and I told her my situation, who I am, what I'm about, and she gave me a chance. And I'm not going to let them down. I'm not going to let myself down.
All right, thank you. Are there any, I assume these are the officers who conducted the investigation?
That's correct.
Do they want to be heard today? Please identify yourself for the record.
Glenn Lowe, Detective Sergeant with Metro. Our reason for him being denied the appeal is this is the copy of the report, which is all in the arrest report. So he had opportunity to get that when he was convicted or went through the court system. But his coercion, it was pled down from child sexual abuse to coercion, sexually motivated felony. What we're concerned with is at the 7-Eleven, kids come in there. Is he always going to be with someone? Probably not. Is there going to be somebody that they're with him working in the back and he's working in the front? And we feel that we don't want him to have the opportunity to work around kids where he might have an opportunity to relapse or not to kind of go back to his old ways. We don't know, and we don't want to take that chance. So 7-Eleven has kids in there, every day.
I understand. How about the other officer? Please identify yourself.
Detective Kevin McClary. I compiled the report that you have before you. We've had a couple of occasions earlier to see people that have had challenges and have made honest restitution and are deserving of that. But this particular case deals with a crime that's very egregious. It's not even comparable to what we saw earlier. And there are some penalties that stay with us for our life. This is one of those. This was a choice that was made by the applicant some time ago, and he has to bear responsibility for his actions. And so we support the denial. And if you have any questions, I would be more than willing to ask. But I think the nature of the crime speaks for itself.
All right. I appreciate that, and I think he's to be given credit for taking the responsibility for it and admitting
Absolutely.
It's fairly extraordinary, in my experience, under the circumstances, somebody says, yes, I did it. Are there any questions?
Yes, sure. Yes, thank you, Mayor. Jim, the same question as with the last applicant. How do we know that the employer is specifically aware of what this gentleman did?
I'm the employer.
I don't want to go into the details, but ma'am, you're aware of what Mr. Lifkoff has told you.
I'm also aware that I had an officer come to the store. His probation officer came shortly after he was hired. and made aware of what the charges
Okay.
was.
Thank you, and that answers that question. Sir, how old are you?
I'm 40.
Okay, and officers, does he have any prior record other than this one occasion? He's been an adult for 22 years. Any other prior record besides this event?
You're asking a general question. Has there been any criminal offense or criminal offense related to what his conviction was?
Prior criminal record for the last 22 years other than this offense. If I were to look up his scope sheet, what would I see, officer?
Yes, there have been other offenses.
Okay, any other prior felony convictions?
Can I refer to my
Yes.
information?
Yes, please.
As you're familiar with, Councilman Wolfson, there are many things that when initially a person is arrested for have a crime or a status given to them, but through plea negotiations would be otherwise. But there have been other offenses that could have been considered felony offenses that are not.
So he's got some other misdemeanor convictions, is that what you're telling me?
There are those other offenses, yes.
Okay. Mr. DiFiore, he's been working at this 7-Eleven for 10 months or so. And you've been serving alcohol during the last 10 months?
Up until, because we didn't think there'd be a problem with me obtaining my sheriff's card, my probation officer says I shouldn't have a problem because he has offenders that do, work in hotels and casinos. Up until the time when she said that I couldn't do it anymore, that's when it got stopped.
When is that?
November.
Okay, so for about 8 or 10 months, he was serving alcohol and waiting on patrons as usual. Why are we here now, 10 months into his employment, concerned about whether he's going to do harm to kids or whatever, when he's been at the store for 10 months? There's something wrong with our system if these matters aren't being brought to our attention ahead of time. Maybe that's a discussion another day. Perhaps we need to pass a law that requires the employer, before they employ people, to cause the employee to come down and get a work card before they go to work. Because we're so concerned about this gentleman and what he might do, but he's been on the premises for 10 months anyways.
Well, let me explain a little bit about our process. We go through an extensive education with the licensees, with the key employees of all alcohol-related establishments. We go through an extensive education of which employees need to have work cards. So Jacqueline and the licensees that are sitting behind us have gone through that. We found Mr. Liftock working in this capacity without a work card. When we did an inspection, we inspect convenience stores once a year. So we did find him. He was referred down to Metro for the work card, and he was denied at that point in time. We educate them. They could be liable for a citation by employing an individual that requires a work card, by employing them without a work card. And I think we do as the best job we can in this particular case, and in every case with convenience stores and any alcohol-related establishments.
And I don't disagree with that statement, Mr. DiFiore, but this isn't the first time that we have people coming before us that have been on the job for a while, and then for whatever reason realize, oops, I need a work card, and then they come to us after the fact. So this is something that I mentioned to you the other day about, I want to sit down with you and talk about some of these processes so that we can improve them.
We will work on that.
He was also given a work card by the county. I was not aware that city and county were different.
You raise a great point, ma'am, and I've had that discussion before. Mr. DiFiore, she said that he was given a work card through the county, but she was unaware that he needed one through the city.
I would have to know, well, the actual work card process is very much the same through the Metro fingerprinting. We have differences in who requires a work card and who doesn't require a work card. But not knowing the circumstances about when he was issued the work card, it could be timeliness. It could have been prior to the offense. I don't know. So I wouldn't know reasons behind that.
Did you get a work card for
She's misunderstood. I had a work card prior.
for another?
Right.
location?
Well, see, what it is when you appeal for the county recognizes the appeal, and you're able to maintain your job until you go to court. City's different. City doesn't allow you to work, you know what I'm saying? So that's what she was saying. But prior, I had a work card.
All right. Any other comments or questions? Yes, Councilor Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, and folks that are sitting back there, I must applaud you. I'm absolutely moved by your support for this man and his employment efforts. That's just awesome. I mean, that's friendship, and I hope you recognize that, sir.
I do recognize it.
I mean, that's a testimony to me of how much you mean to these people. I still, however, am in full support of our officers that have done this investigation. And I concur with Councilman Wilson in regards to something wrong with the system. He's there, he's been working there. I am somewhat familiar with the employment needs in this community, sir, and I believe that there are other avenues for you to pursue that do not put you in potential harm's way. It is our responsibility to be mindful of safeguarding the citizens in this community. But I just had to make a comment to you folks. Thank you for backing him up in this and showing us that support. That's pretty awesome. Thank you.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. Again, I want to thank those for being here. Those people for being here today also. When we're elected, we kind of take an oath that we will do whatever we can to do those things that are right. And sometimes we're faced in making decisions that are kind of on the fence sometimes, and you can go one way or the other, I guess. But this application today, to me, it's not even close to being on top of the fence. This application today just shows that there are a lot of inequities, not only in our system, but in the court systems also. And I'm not going to go into too much detail, but what's happened here today, I could no longer sleep with myself if I knowingly allowed this man to work where he could have the potential of doing something to another 6 or 8 year old girl. I just couldn't do it. And, Your Honor, my motion is going to be for denial of this application.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
I hope that as time goes by, this is pretty close to the time of the alleged acts that you have admitted. As time goes by, perhaps you can come back and make another application to us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 54 is discussion and possible action regarding a 6-month review of a temporary massage establishment license for Jennifer Lee, doing business as Jen Salon de Beauty at 9090 Alta Drive in Ward 2. Mr. DeFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, Ms. Lee is back here for her final review. Today, by code, the council would need to approve or deny her permanent license. I know I've had some conversation with Councilman Wilson. I have not had a chance to talk with Ms. Lee about the recent inspection and the concerns that we do have. I'm going to, at least at this point in time, defer to the city attorney's office for guidance on this. I do have an option or a recommendation, having not discussed this with Mr. Redline, but I'm going to ask him a question, if you don't mind. Mr. Redline, if we were to move forward with a recommendation for a permanent license, could we place a time limitation on the permanent license?
I believe the answer to that is no, because our code specifically addresses the rhythm of annual renewals. But I do want to remind you that the council has the capability to attach any condition to any license.
Okay, having heard that, I don't. Let me explain what the circumstances were so that the full council knows. Ms. Lee has a ancillary massage establishment at a beauty salon inside the Suncoast Hotel. She has one room that she performs or has massage performed. During the first 6-month review, I reported to the City Council that there were no business licensing code violations. The concern at the end of the first 6-month review was the fact that she had actually omitted some information on her application during the investigation. The Metropolitan Police Department discovered this. At the first 6-month review, the council graciously granted her a temporary license with another 6-month review, and that's where we are today. Over the past 6 months, we found, during a recent inspection, that she had contracted or employed a massage therapist to perform massage who did not have a city massage therapy license. She only had a state massage therapy license. Now, Ms. Lee has been through the educational part of our process that we do with all licensees, and she knew that this individual did need to have both a state and a city license. Not having been able to talk to her about this, I'm not sure her reasons for hiring the massage therapist she did that did not have a city massage therapy license. If you would like a recommendation, about the best I can do today is to have a approval for a permanent license, and I'll explain that a little bit. When we do investigations and inspections on massage establishments, this does not rise to the level of prostitution. It does not rise to the level of any kind of fraud imposed upon the public. I believe in this particular case, on a scale of 1 to 10, it's about a 2 in the severity. Certainly, I don't condone it, but certainly it is not at the level that I would make a recommendation for denial. But what I would like to suggest is approval of a permanent license with conditions, and the conditions would be that any time we find a business licensing code violation, that we immediately bring it back before the City Council for review. We also have an option to non-renew the license in the next 6-month period. That goes through a very similar process to a disciplinary complaint, and we would notify her, so she would have a right to appeal that non-renewal if it gets to that point. So that would be my recommendation today. Approval of a permanent license with a condition that any business licensing code violations that are discovered, that we bring it back to the next available City Council meeting for review.
Ms. Lee, what do you have to say?
That would be good, because I needed a permanent a license. And I understand and I'm aware that the massage therapists need to have a city license. That's all I have to do.
Any questions of Mr. DiFiore or Ms. Lee? All right, Councilman
Oh,
Wilson.
yes. Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Wilson.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. Mr. DiFiore, you and I spoke about this yesterday, and what I'd like to do, and Mr. Redline, some guidance, please, is put this over until our next meeting, whichever vehicle we need to utilize to do that. And here's why. This is the second time we've had an issue. The first issue was that she had omitted certain information in her application.
Correct.
And she came before the council and gave a fairly reasonable and understanding explanation. So we gave her a chance. But then yesterday in my briefing, you told me, well, you gave me some incorrect information, then you corrected it this morning at 7:30 about the number of massages and those being given by an unlicensed therapist.
Correct.
So we now have a second category, if you will, of wrongdoing. Now, on a 1 to 10, it might be a 2, you're right, but I don't want to vote today or make a motion for a vote today without sitting down with you one more time so that I can get a real clear explanation, because I did get 2 different briefings, if you will. And at the same time, I want to invite you into my office with Mr. DiFiore.
Okay.
Because I want to, before I make a motion for approval, have a comfort level that you understand the rules and that you understand the reasons behind the rules before I make a motion for this council to allow you to operate your business. So, Mr. Redline, can we obey this until our next meeting? I think that she had already agreed, Mr. DiFiore, to not provide services at this location until this council acts. Is that right?
She made the representation to us that she would not conduct any or have massage conducted until she got a properly licensed massage therapist before us. But having heard what you said, she would have to be approved for the permanent license before she could move forward with a licensed massage therapist.
Let's get all the gobbledygook behind us. Are you providing any massage therapy at this location now?
Most...
That's a yes or no. You have therapists giving massages at the Suncoast now?
Not in the moment. I have stopped since they told me all the details that, of course, every massage therapist has a license, but some city don't need a city license. That's why most of the therapists don't have the city license. So from now on, whomever's applying for my place, they have to provide a city license. That's all I have to do.
Okay.
They all
So,
licensed.
Are you performing massage therapy at the Suncoast now?
Not right now.
Okay, and that's because you don't have any city licensed therapists that are working for you at that location?
Right.
Okay.
So I just need to
Mr. Redline,
wait until
can
they
we
have.
put it over for 2 weeks until our next meeting to give me a chance to meet with Mr. DiFiore to get a fuller, more complete explanation, and I'll invite Ms. Lee to join us, and then we can act at that time, with the condition that she not provide any massage therapy services between now and our next meeting.
Councilman Wolfson, that's a perfectly sensible plan. The only fly legally in the ointment would be the date upon which she was given her initial temporary. If a 2-week continuance is going to run us past the 365th day, then she'd have to reapply. If she's still got a little leeway in here from the time
she does not.
where she's run out of time.
The license has expired.
And this is the custom, is that they go the full 6 months, and in the last instance, Mr. DiFiore recommended a second 6 months, and she's gone that entire period of time. It's kind of up or down today, but of course she can reapply.
The second 6 months, Mr. DiFiore expired when?
I believe it expired January 7th.
So we're already 2 weeks behind the 8 ball.
Frankly,
Okay,
I mean, I don't know who in the world would object. If she is agreeable to your scheme, then you're just acting in a late fashion on an application next meeting.
Can we call it something besides a scheme? How about a plan?
That didn't sound very wholesome, did it? I'm sorry. It's a good plan, Councilman.
May I offer a suggestion?
Yes.
If she were to withdraw her current application and make a new application with us, excuse me, we would be able to treat that as a new application. We would then be able to offer a temporary license for another 6 months and an extension of that 6-month license, or consider granting a approval of the permanent license on the new application.
And can we do that between now and our next meeting?
Yes, we can.
Okay, do you understand what we're doing, Ms. Lee?
Yeah, I understand, but the thing is that the girl, my massage therapist, she called me this last night, and she said she got the city license already. So in the Suncoast Casino, I can, take a break for 2 weeks or so, because like a customer, they requested we have to provide. So I need anything that is operate sooner instead of wait for 2 weeks or so.
As of 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon, we had no new application, to my knowledge, that came in from a contractor or a massage therapist to operate at the Suncoast Hotel and Casino.
Well, that's contrary to what you just said.
Well,
You
I
just
can
said-
find anybody else who's city license. It doesn't have to be that person. So I just need a place, open, and I just hire anybody. All I need to do is fill out a form saying state, city, and county, and that's all. I don't have to hire that person. I can hire anybody in a Craigslist.
Mr., with your permission, Mayor, sorry to take up so much time, but I want to do the right thing. Mr. Redline, you know what I'm trying to accomplish. I want to put this over 2 weeks to be able to sit down with Mr. DiFiore and get a full briefing, invite Ms. Lee to come in so I can have the comfort level I want, but not violate any codes or rules. How do I do that?
I think what Mr. DiFiore told you when he said he can accomplish a new application and have it treated as a new application in 2 weeks is that he's not going to have to go back and send this back out to the folks from Special Investigations. That investigation is fresh enough so that you would act on that one, and it's a matter of getting the form filled out and getting it on calendar, correct?
That's correct.
And in that 2-week period of time, which you told us you can accomplish it, you'll make yourself available to meet with Ms. Lee and the councilman to set up any conditions that might attach to it so that it can be considered for approval next meeting.
That's correct.
Does that require Ms. Lee to fill out a new application?
It does, but it only takes 5 minutes to do that.
Okay, then that's what I'm going to move for this council to do. In the meantime, she cannot operate massage therapy out of that location during this next 2 weeks, isn't that right?
That is correct.
Okay, I'm sorry if it's putting you out a little, but it's not our actions that cause the problems, it's your actions. Not just recently, but 6 months ago as well. So I'm going to ask you to be patient with us and work with us, and if you do, you'll probably get the result you want. So my motion is to deny? Am I denying this application?
Let's do, Ms. Lee, or may I recommend that you might do her a favor by simply taking no action on this. If she gets a denial, you know that's independent grounds for denial of any future application, and it's a question she'll always be asked if she applies with any other municipality. If you don't act on it, it's dead. It'll be refreshed for your consideration next time.
And I like that. And you may not understand all this, but we're going a little out of our way to help you, actually. Would it be a motion to strike, Mr. Redline? Strike the item, or just to take no action?
Strike is probably the customary way that we deal with getting things off of the agenda.
My motion is to strike this item, and I'm going to encourage you, Ms. Lee, to sit down with Mr. DiFiore right now. It'll probably take 5 minutes. I'm available for the next 2 weeks. I'd like to sit down with both of you. If you want a representative coming in with you, that's great. Just try and work through this, okay? That's my motion, Mayor.
All right, please vote on that. Opposed, please.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Good luck to you, Mayor. Item 55 is discussion and possible action to name the park site located at Sand Hill Road and Owens Avenue in Ward 3. Ms. Bastian?
Sorry. Good morning, Mayor, members of the council. For the public record, I'm Billy Bastian, Acting Director for the Department of Leisure Services. At the regular scheduled Park and Recreation Advisory Commission meeting held on January 4, 2009, the Park Naming Subcommittee recommended a name for the park and trailhead located at Sand Hill Road and Owens Avenue. The name proposed is Douglas A. Selby Park and Trailhead. The 9-acre site is currently under design and will feature a park and trailhead adjacent to the Las Vegas Wash with a pedestrian bridge proposed spanning the wash. A vote by the Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission was unanimous to recommend this name to the City Council for your review and consideration.
Very good, thank you. Are there any comments or questions of Ms. Bastian at this time? All right, hearing none, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm not going to try to attempt to beat what you said about Dr. Selby this morning. We all know how valuable Doug has been to the city, and I think the least we can do is to leave this memorial for Dr. Selby, showing our appreciation to him for what he's done for the city of Las Vegas, the residents. I think he's done some great things, trying to bring people more aware of what's going on within the city of Las Vegas and how we operate. I can't think of anything else we could do that would memorialize Doug any more than what this would do. So my motion going to be is to follow their recommendation for naming this park Douglas A. Selby Park and Trailhead.
Thank you very much. All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries, and congratulations, Dr. Selby.
Mayor, thank you very much. And Mayor Pro Tem, I know this was your idea, and it's such a great honor. I've never had anything named after me before, not even any of my sons.
We're going to make it nice, buddy.
So thank you. Thank you, sir.
It'll be nice.
Very good. Okay. Item 56 is discussion and possible action to enter into an interlocal agreement between Clark County and the City of Las Vegas to utilize department services by one public agency for a development project spanning both jurisdictions at the northeast corner of Alexander Road and Vegas Vista. This is in Ward 4. Mr. Lewis.
Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you. I'm here on behalf of the Planning Development Department today. I'm just presenting to you this item 56. In a nutshell, this is an agreement that allows the county to oversee the construction of a park that's on city property. You're going to be delegating the authority for them to oversee plans, engineering plans and specifications, while retaining your right to any zoning and land use entitlement applications. In fact, item 74 on today's agenda is a zoning item related to this park within our jurisdiction. This does replace a prior agreement approved by this council with the same name on December 3rd, 2008 meeting, and the Board of County Commissioners approved this newest agreement yesterday. I'm here for any questions.
All right, are there any questions of Mr. Lewis at this time? All right, seeing none, Councilman Steinman.
I'll move for approval of agenda item number 56.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please.
Hear that?
Those are music to my ears. Music to my ears. Opposed, please. I'm sorry. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 42, I'll recall that. This is the hearing to consider the appeal regarding nuisance notice in order to comply, located at 1006 East Oakey Boulevard. The property owner is Gregory J. Logan.
Where's Brad?
Anybody on behalf of the city? Bear with us, please.
Where's Brad?
We have a lot of pieces moving on this one, Your Honor.
I recalled item 42.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think that we may have this resolved. With Mr. Logan's permission, I'll try and articulate what he and I discussed in the back room and what I have just discussed with Neighborhood Services and our office. Mr. Logan has raised some arguments this morning that we both agree may or may not have merit if this were to go forward. We also can agree that we both have a mutual interest in resolving the problems with respect to the property. Toward that end, I have indicated to Mr. Logan that, or Mr. Logan has indicated to me that the trailer that was on the property has been removed. Mr. Logan has no intention to put it back on the property, so it's no longer there. And given the fact that it's no longer there, we are prepared to dismiss and waive all fees and fines in connection with that on the condition that it never return to the property. Stopping there, I'll see if Mr. Logan agrees with that representation before moving on to the storage structure.
I agree with that. I think you should read into the record, though, that I, among other things, am a contractor, and I do intend to rebuild a home on that lot. And even though that trailer was never mine, it was there when I bought the prior house. I am in the process of taking it to DMV. I'm going to get a registration and tags, and I probably will bring it back on the property and use it as a construction trailer when I have a permit to build a house. I'd like that to be in the record.
Yeah, we didn't discuss that, but I don't think we have a problem with that. And Mr. Logan understands that if he does rebuild the house and he does intend to use that device or another similar device as a construction trailer, that he will comply with all city municipal codes with respect to permits that may be required to go with it.
I understand that.
And you agree with it?
Yeah, I agree to that, yes.
Very good.
Very good. And then the second item is the structure itself. Mr. Logan let me make a record that that structure existed on the lot at the time that Mr. Logan acquired the property. When Mr. Logan acquired the property, apparently there was a house, there was this trailer that we just discussed, and there was a storage shed. The house has since been demolished. The trailer has now been removed, and we're down to just a storage shed. Mr. Logan has indicated that he is using it to store some things that he considers valuable and currently does not have an alternative space to remove them to and to store them. So what we are going to agree to is that we are going to keep everything in place, give Mr. Logan 60 days to move those things to another facility where they can be legally stored, and then Mr. Logan is going to remove the shed from the property. Upon completion of that, we're going to waive all fines and fees and citations in connection with the storage shed, and then this will be essentially an empty lot capable of being a site for a home that Mr. Logan may wish to build in the future.
Is that your understanding, sir?
That's my understanding. I agreed to it with hesitation because I'm convinced that I'm correct, but there comes a time when, and I'm not one to say it's not the money, it's the principal that counts, it's the money that counts. So from my perspective, even though I don't agree with that logic, I have agreed to this consent decree, or call it whatever you'd like, and I will perform. I will do that.
All right, very good, thank you. All right, with that understanding, Mayor Pro Tem?
Well, I had a couple of remarks I would like to make too, but I'm going to control those. This has been a thorn in my side for many, many months, and I respect Mr. Logan for making the decision that he's made, but I also support my staff and with the job that they do in trying to keep our neighborhoods compatible and livable and doing those things that make every neighborhood in the city of Las Vegas a safe place to live. And with that said, Your Honor, I'll move to follow our attorney's recommendation.
All right, thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
May I pose just one question before we break?
Sure.
Apparently, by agreeing to this, I have no right to an appeal.
That's true.
And provided I perform, you have no right to an appeal.
That is true.
I'll agree to that.
Very good. This won't be back before the City Council, Mr. Logan, unless there's a failure to perform. Assuming we all do what we say we're going to do here, this won't be back before the council again. This is.
I would like to make one closing comment.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Goodman, this is what I perceive to be a fair hearing, and I appreciate it.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you for taking advantage of it. I appreciate that comment. All right, item 57 is Regional Transportation Commission of Southern Nevada Advisory Committee on Bus Bench Shelter Construction and Maintenance for the term of William McCurdy, which expires January 4th, 2009. This will be Councilman Steinman's recommendation.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move to reappoint Mr. McCurdy to that position.
I'm sorry, Councilman.
I move to reappoint Mr. McCurdy to that position.
May I have your indulgence one moment, please?
Thank you. Let's vote on
that, please.
Sorry, Dave.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 58 is the Park and Recreation Advisory Commission. The term for Andrushan Andy Armenian, which expires February 5th, 2009, and William McCurdy expires February 20th, 2009. This is Councilman Steinman's motion as well.
I'll move to reappoint both persons to that committee.
All right, thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 59 is discussion and possible action on appointments of council members to various City of Las Vegas and other jurisdictional boards, commissions, and authorities as a result of Councilman Brown's election to the County Commission. Several of the positions that he held representing the City of Las Vegas on various boards and authorities have become vacant. I've had the opportunity, to the best of my ability, to talk to the various council members and hear their expression of desirability to be appointed to various positions, and I hope I got this right. Based on their input and based on my judgment, I'm going to make the following appointments regarding Councilman Brown's seats at this time, and comments as to certain committees or boards or consortiums that various of the council persons would like to vacate, and where appointments will have to take place in the future. The first is the Chief Local Elected Officials Consortium. This has been occupied by Councilman Ross. He desires to be relieved of that responsibility, and I'm going to be briefed, hopefully, on what the duties and responsibilities are there, and then have somebody of appropriate merit to fill that position. On the City of Las Vegas Audit Oversight Committee, I would appoint Councilwoman Lois Tarkanian to take Councilman Brown's place, and the appointment of Councilman Wolfson remains intact. On the Clean Water Coalition, I would like to appoint Councilman Steinman, David Steinman, to take the position occupied by Councilman Brown at that point. On the Criminal Justice Advisory Council, that remains the same. Debt management remains the same. Emergency operations management remains the same. The Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority, the Mayor Pro Tem, Gary Reese, taking Councilman Brown's place. The Metropolitan Police Committee on Fiscal Affairs, the position occupied by Councilman Brown will be filled by Councilman Wolfson. The Nevada League of Cities, Councilman Barlow requested that because he's on the National League of Cities. He's active with that particular agency. On the Oversight Panel for School Facilities, Councilman Wolfson agreed to that at our last meeting. Regional Flood Control, Councilman Ross will take Councilman Brown's position there. Regional Transportation Commission, Councilman Ross will take Councilman Brown's position there. On the Southern Nevada Health District, Councilman Steinman will take the place of Mayor Pro Tem Gary Reese. And on the Southern Nevada Water Authority, as an alternate, I don't have anybody for that. If anybody would like to take the councilman's place there, please let me know. And Councilman Ross will be relieved of his duties on the Yucca Mountain Nuclear Repository Committee. So we'll sit down, Ms. Bridges, if this passes, and we'll make sure we double-check each other so there won't be any mistakes or misspeakings on my part. If any of the council members felt that I omitted something, please bring it to my attention. Councilman Ross.
Your Honor, I will need to be relieved of my responsibilities as an alternate on the Clean Water Coalition as well.
All right, fine. That will be my motion. So with that amendment, that's my motion. Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, and congratulations, everybody. I know I did my best to get you the appointments that you desired the most, and I hope I succeeded with that. All right. Item number 60 is annexation number ANX 30397, property located on the southeast corner of Florine Avenue and Thompson Street. Mayor Pro Tem, do you wish to have the bill read?
Yes, Your Honor, I would.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Your Honor. Bill number 2805, or 2008-58, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city, to prescribe the lands to be annexed, to make such habits of the laws, obligations, benefits of the city, and provide for other related matters.
And Councilman Steinman, did you sit on the recommending board on these matters?
Not on these matters, on the ones that are eligible for later date.
Okay, fine. So I'll use the Mayor Pro Tem then, in place of.
It was Councilman Ross. Sat with Councilman
Oh.
on those two bills.
Okay, then the Councilman Ross, what is your motion then?
Move to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
Okay, very good.
Thanks for the reminder, I forgot.
Opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you. On bill number 2008-59, updates remedies and procedures pertaining to enforcement of the city's rights and drainage easements. Councilman Ross, do you wish to have it read?
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 28-59, ordinance to update remedies and procedures pertaining to enforcement of the city's rights and drainage easements and provide for related matters.
Thank you. Please vote. Opposed?
Your Honor, I move to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
Thank you.
Or recommending committee's recommendation for approval.
Thank you. Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. 62 is bill number 2008-61, establishes electric utility service rather than water service as the basis for requiring a property to subscribe to mandatory solid waste collection service. Councilor Ross, do you wish to have it read?
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 28-61, an ordinance to amend the city's solid waste regulations concerning mandatory waste collection service requirements and provide for related matters.
And your motion, please.
My motion is to move for approval, Your Honor.
Thank you. Let's vote on that. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Items 63 through 65, which are bills 2009-1 through 2009-3, are eligible for adoption at a later meeting. As there are no new bills, and before I adjourn for the morning, or recess for the morning, I'd like to congratulate the youngsters from Ullum Elementary. Your behavior was exemplary. You were interested, or at least you appeared to be interested in what we were doing up here. I hope it was a learning experience, and anytime you want to come back and join us here, you'll always be welcome, and I want to thank the young men and women who are here with us, who helped us with the votes today. They did a perfect job. They were well behaved. They were interested. The president was even insistent that he be given a copy of the agenda so he could follow it very closely, and everybody else was into it, and it was very cool. And I want to thank you very much for joining us. And with that, the council meeting is in recess until 1 p.m. 1 p.m. You're welcome. Good.
You need to check that list of appearances with the mayor. Okay. I've got it down too. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Item number 66, any items from the afternoon session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Your Honor. Item number 67 is RQR 32084, applicant Nicholas J. Nowicki, LTD, limited owner, Valley Health System LLC, 2.42 acres at the northwest corner of Tonopah Drive and Valerie Street. Councilman Barlow has asked that to be held in abeyance until our February the 4th, 2009 meeting. And before I read item 69, is a representative here, Mr. Behan. This is the fourth time we've had this held in abeyance.
This is item, you're talking about item 67?
69.
Oh, 69, no, I'm here on 67.
Is there anybody here representing item 69? I would ask staff to please inform them that this will be held on February the 4th. On item 69, special use permit, well, I need to explain to the audience. We have requests to hold items in abeyance, and the request, they're told that they need to be here just in case the council doesn't want it held in abeyance. This particular item has been held in abeyance. This is the fourth time, and I think it's time that we hear the item. So I am going to give them a 2-week abeyance, just to give them enough time to have somebody here. Item 69 is a special use permit 28810, applicant Imran QAJ, owner Joe Bainan, appeal filed from the denial by the Planning Commission for a beer, wine, and cooler off-sale establishment at 2981 East Charleston Boulevard. The applicant has to be held in abeyance until March 18, 2009. I'm going to change that to February the 4th, 2009. And item 71 is an RQR 3402, applicant owner George Lopez at 2222 West Bonanza Road. Councilman Barlow has asked that to be held in abeyance until our February the 4th, 2009 meeting. Item 73 is MSH 29859, applicant owner City of Las Vegas, a proposed 82-foot wide collector to serve as an east and west connection between Veterans Memorial Parkway and Maryland Parkway north of Harris Avenue, and add Veterans Memorial Drive as an 80-foot collector between Bonanza Road and proposed new Collector Street. Councilman Barlow would like that to be held in abeyance until our February the 4th, 2009 meeting. Item 75, 76, and 77 is a rezoning 31477, special use permit 31478, and site development review 31479. Applicant owner 2027 North Decatur LLC, 1.54 acres at the northwest corner of West Lake Mead Boulevard and North Decatur Boulevard. Councilman Barlow has asked that to be held in abeyance until our February the 18th, 2009 meeting. And item 78 and 79 is a variance 29664 and variance 32024. The Siegel Group Nevada, Inc., owner, Costa Suites LLC, appeal filed from the denial by the Planning Commission, 1.33 acres at the northwest corner of Las Vegas Boulevard and Wilson Avenue. The applicant is withdrawn without prejudice. Are there any other items we need to bring forward at this time, council members? Hearing none, I make a motion.
If I may, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, just on 75 through 77, we do have a letter from the applicant requesting the same abeyance to February 4th. Just for the record.
Putting that on the record.
Thank you.
With those changes, and that, item 75, 76, and 77 put on the record, I'll make a motion to bring these items forward and take appropriate action.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. The record should reflect, and the folks in the audience are entitled to know that Councilwoman Tarkanian has been excused today, and Councilman Barlow has been excused today.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'd like to make a statement, please.
Yes.
About the afternoon session, if that's all right with you.
Councilman Steinman, certainly.
Thank you. I'm making a statement concerning my propensity to abstain from items on the afternoon agendas. 90% of the items on today's agenda were presented at Planning Commission meetings in December 2008. I have voted on these items and will abstain on each this afternoon. I'm doing this on the advice of council.
All right, thank you very much, Councilman. Item 68 is SDR 31744, a site development plan review. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant is Lead Animal Shelter, the owner is City of Las Vegas. Request for a site development plan review for an existing 1,400 square foot veterinary school, an existing 1,900 square foot office, an existing 4,116 square foot cat facility, and a proposed 2,800 square foot spay-neuter clinic on 8.39 acres at the southwest corner of Mojave Road and Harris Avenue. This is in Ward 3, and the Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. This is a public hearing, which I now declare open. Ms. Lazovich? Yes.
Excuse me, I don't mean to steal Ms. Lazovich's thunder, but what happened to item 67?
Item 67 was obeyed until February the 4th.
No, that was item 69. That
67.
Councilman
67
Reese
as
was
well.
talking about. 67 was?
Yes, Nicholas J. Nowicki.
I'm here on his behalf.
Okay, well, apparently it was obeyed at the request of Councilman Barlow.
Okay. Thank you. He didn't advise us that he was asking for debate.
I don't know why. I know that he did leave for the inauguration, and maybe it was an oversight on his part.
Well,
We apologize.
certainly, no, it's certainly a worthy purpose, but
We apologize.
we were not aware that there was any issues. So
Okay,
that was.
Well, he's just not here.
Accept our apologies. He wanted to be here for his items, and that's one of the reasons it was obeyed.
All right, thank you.
It's not a question of there being.
No, that's all right. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Lazovich.
Good afternoon, Jennifer Lazovich, 3800 Howard Hughes Parkway, here today on behalf of the Lead Animal Foundation. And with me also is Gage Fiorentino, Mark Fiorentino's better half. We are together representing this application, and I'll turn it over to Gage for a brief comment.
Does Gage have a license to practice before this council?
No, I do not, but I don't think I will need one on this application. And if you have any questions for a licensed attorney, Ms. Lazovich will be happy to answer.
I withdraw my question.
This is why I have him helping me.
I'll tell you, it's the best representation I've seen out of that law firm in a long, long time. Yeah, that's for sure. Okay, let's hear from you, Gage.
My name is Gage Fiorentino, and we want to thank the staff and the Planning Commission for recommending approval. We respectfully ask for your approval of this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of either Gage or Ms. Lazovich?
Gage, please.
All right.
Have you had any neighborhood meetings?
No, we have not.
Do you realize there's been some letters coming in opposing this project?
We have heard of one.
I've got two here in front of me today. They're saying that the cats are going to smell and the dogs are going to bark.
We did hear of one email regarding that, but we did think that it was more likely more of a question than a complaint.
You mean they're asking you whether the dogs are going to bark? Most dogs are going to bark, but can you hear them from where this location's at?
I have not drove actually over there and listened to the dogs, but possibly.
Gage, do you know whether or not the person who wrote that email was euthanized?
No.
Good.
Okay.
Any other questions to either Gage or to Ms. Lazovich?
Yes, sir.
Councilman.
Good afternoon, Jennifer and Gage. Gage, I want to thank you, number one, for coming into my office yesterday and giving me the briefing. It was very helpful. But I asked you a question yesterday, and I want to ask you that same question. We've heard all the pros about this project and the good things that this project will bring, but are there any downsides to this project? And if there are any downsides, how do you plan to handle them?
Well, there is possibly a downside because there will be some minor construction. But the good news about the construction is that these temporary buildings will, they don't take much construction. We're not starting from scratch.
Okay, and then my final question is, are you being paid for your time today?
No, I'm actually volunteering.
And just for the record, so am I.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, terrific. Any other comments or questions? All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
It's a public hearing.
Public hearing, folks. Would anyone like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public. Yes, there is one person. Did you want to be heard, sir?
Yes, sir. Just come forward.
Please, and give us your name, please, and your address, and be happy to hear from you.
It's a hard act to follow here.
It's impossible.
Yeah, hi. My name is Keith Whitlock. I reside at 5445 West Reno Avenue, number 415. I'm a volunteer and love animals. I'm definitely for this. It's a good thing. We've had some bad publicity the last couple of years. First with LEAD. That's nationwide and international when people bring up a subject of a shelter going bad. I think it was overblown personally. Dr. Kate Hurley of Corrette Medical Center, or Vet Center in UC Davis, is using us, or LEAD, as an example. I think this low-cost spay-neuter clinic would be a great tool to alleviate the overpopulation. Again, also we had that problem out at Flock last year, and that made front page of USA Today in a lot of places. I have a picture. I was out there when it first opened up, and they allowed volunteers in. All I did was take a snow shovel for 3 days, scoop up cat feces. It was ankle deep. So we don't want to see that happen again. Also, we got somewhat of a black eye. There seems to be a controversy right now for mandatory spay-neuter ordinances sweeping the country. A lot of places have tried that, and it has failed miserably. One of the main problems is it increases animal control costs. And we just had a ordinance 2418 passed in North Las Vegas, which has to be the strictest penalties for not having your pup, your kitten spayed. You know, it just doesn't work. The main problem is 80% of the animals coming into our shelter are from the poorest part of the community. My wife did a survey. Where did I put this? Last April, cost me a lobster dinner. Of the prices here, of the prices they charge. I had a problem with my printing machine there. It was shaded anyway. Anyway, you'll see there's anywhere from $40 to over $400 to spay or neuter an animal. Unfortunately, some of these lower costs, 40 seems reasonable, but when you get there, it all of a sudden becomes 240, extra stuff. So I think we could definitely, probably should hide the name of the place. I was quoted $68 to spay a female cat, and I got there as $238, and I'm familiar with the procedures to do that, and a lot of this stuff is unnecessary. Anyway, let's say this low-cost spay-neuter clinic would save us tens of millions of dollars over the next few years. It's just been proven it works. We really need that. We need it convenient to the 30% of the people who contribute to the 80% of the problem, the lower 5 or 10% income, also without personal transportation. And LEAD is in a very convenient place at Mojave and Bonanza. There's a proposed low-cost, high-volume spay-neuter clinic through Ken Waite and a few others that it's going to be opening up, hopefully open up. If I had $2 million, I'd give it to them. I think it's a great thing they're doing. But it's at Sunset and Pecos, and I think that's a little inconvenient. Eastern bus runs 24/7, but it's every 20 minutes. And then you have Sunset, and that's, it's miles away from downtown, the people who need it the most. Anyway, I'd just like to say that the people at LEAD, I volunteer there, they're great people, I love the place. I keep hearing negative press about them. I just never seen it. I've been working with them for years. I think there seems to be a unnecessary bashing of LEAD. I think it's uncalled for. Anyway, they're good people. It's a clean facility. I've been in other offices, I call them para-shelter organizations, and some are a mess. Last office I was in, there were dogs and cats running around. This is their office. Feces and urine on the floor, okay? But they never miss a chance to bash LEAD, and I don't appreciate it. I'm sure a lot of animal lovers don't appreciate that. People do a great job down there. Anyway, we have low-cost spay-neuter in a lot of cities. and we do have it available through Heaven Kuwait and Las Vegas Valley Humane Society, but we need to really step it up. We have 2 million people in this area. New York City, to compare, has over 8 million people in the city, and they take in only 43,000 every year, and they put down half as many as we put down. They work through the Humane Alliance. Everybody cooperates. They know what needs to be done, and they're doing it. They're working with Maddie's Fund. It's $300 million available in free money to organizations that will cooperate to bring a community to no-kill, or to try, or at least strive for no-kill. It seems that some of the local para-shelter organizations do not want to participate in this. I think it may be the A word, accountability. They want monthly accountability, how many animals are put down, how many are taken in, how many they adopt out. And actually, Maddie's Fund will pay for that. They also pay for a survey, a study to...
Okay, I'm going to have to cut you short because I think
Okay.
you're going beyond...
I'm sorry.
No, beyond the subject matter. This is site development review. And
Okay.
If you want to speak during citizens' participation,
All right.
that would not violate the open meeting law. But
I got it.
afraid
Okay,
you're
I'm
going a little
sorry.
beyond that.
But I say it does work, low-cost spay or neuter. We really need that. For more information, you can check out No-Kill Advocacy, the books Redemption, Pet Law, San Francisco SPCA, Stanford Cat Network, Alley Cat Allies, Feral Cat Coalition. We really need that low-cost spay neuter in that area. It's a convenient area. We really need that.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. Anybody else like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. Mayor Pro Tem.
Just briefly, we very much appreciate that gentleman coming out and speaking so highly of the Lead Animal Shelter. I can tell you, I personally think that the shelter now is in good hands with Christine Robinson and Michael Green running the facility. One of the modular buildings that we're asking for today is designed specifically to be set up for the public's use only for spay and neuter. The dogs and cats that were brought into the shelter would be in a different facility. That will further make sure that we don't have any problems that perhaps have gotten blown out of proportion in the past occur again. It's us taking steps to make sure that we're complying with things that we think we need to do there. So we do appreciate his comments, and I'd be happy to answer any questions, or Mr. Fiorentino could.
All right, I think we went through that. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I do have to make a couple comments. I think this council has been very, very proactive in supporting the Lead Animal Shelter. I know I've been sitting up here ever since the shelter was just a dream, and I know that I won't speak for all the other council members that sit up here that have sat up here, but I know that we do appreciate the work they've done down there. The mayor and I took a site visit down there unannounced, and we found exactly what the man was talking about. And this was back when we was having problems down there. And there is, to me, there's a lot of work that we have to do to protect our animals, but sometimes people don't really understand what's going on until they go see the facility. So I appreciate the comments also. I'm going to make a motion to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item, and thank the applicants for their representation.
Very good. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good job. Gage, good job.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. Item 70 is SUP 29529, special use permit. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant is Southern States Sign Company. The owner is Beirut Feridian. Request for a special use permit for a proposed 40-foot high, 10.5-foot by 36-foot off-premise digital billboard sign at 591 Northeastern Avenue in Ward 3. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions.
Hello. Colleen Coda, 1101 East Tropicana, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89119. And I'm here to request approval of the sign. We have a new design that we haven't had an opportunity to share with staff. We're willing to do a few things. There are not a lot of billboards in the area. This picture shows closely right here without the Lucky's sign that is currently there. We have worked out a deal with the landowner that we can actually have that sign removed if that would be a condition of approval in this particular case. We believe that this sign is needed for the businesses in the area, as the center is having not only this corner but the center behind it with the Lucky's closing, and Starbucks have given notice that they'll be leaving. So we would request an agreement with the Planning Commission for approval.
What are you going to be putting on this sign?
Pardon me?
What kind of advertising are you going to be putting on this sign?
Well, Southern States does not accept certain types of advertising, but right now we have contracts with State Farm Insurance, American Insurance, and then several Hispanic companies in the area. The market, Mariano's Market.
Well, you mentioned the key word is there's not that many billboards in the area.
Correct.
This is a neighborhood. To me, billboards should be out on the freeways, and that area is where people are drawn to a neighborhood. This intersection here is probably one of the busiest intersections in Clark County. It also has probably the most accidents in Clark County. I don't know why the application is even before us to put this kind of a sign there at this location. And I don't understand why the Planning Commission even approved the sign. We have shopping centers there. They do have signs. I feel like if Lucky's is going out, if another applicant comes before us to put in a store there, they need to have room for their signs also. And I don't think that this is an appropriate use at this location.
All right. Public hearing. Right. Any other questions of Ms. Cota or comments? Folks, a public hearing, if you'd like to be heard, be happy to hear from you. All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I'm going to make a motion for denial of this application. It's not agreeable with what we have in the area. It's certainly not compatible. I feel like that once we approve a billboard like this in a neighborhood, then we're going to go up and down Bonanza and Lamb and other areas of Las Vegas with billboards. And I think it's an intrusion into the privacy of the neighborhood, so my motion is going to be for denial.
All right, you've heard the motion. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, ma'am. Item 72 is MSH 29429, Master Plan of Streets and Highways, public hearing. The applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, requests to amend the Master Plan of Streets and Highways to widen Las Vegas Boulevard between 4th Street and Sahara Avenue from 100-foot right-of-way to 120-foot right-of-way. This is in Ward 3, and the Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing which is now declared open.
Good afternoon, Mayor Goodman and Council. My name is Sherry Edelman, and I'm the City Engineer and Deputy Public Works Director for the Department of Public Works. I have Roger Patton here with me today, who's the Vice President of the Lewis Berger Group with me. We came before you on November 19th to present an amendment to the Master Plan of Streets and Highways to show Las Vegas Boulevard between Sahara and 4th Street as a 120-foot wide corridor. It is currently planned as a 100-foot wide corridor. The purpose of this amendment is to plan for a future to accommodate transit as well as to allow the city to receive 8 travel lanes from the county to the south at Sahara. The county's current master plan shows Las Vegas Boulevard to the south as 200 feet wide. We have noticed several parcels along this corridor that have consolidated under single ownerships, and we believe that this corridor will begin to see redevelopment occur. In order to avoid future congestion and to allow for redevelopment along the city portion of Las Vegas Boulevard, we believe that it is the appropriate time to amend the master plan. At the November meeting, several property owners came to the meeting with their concerns. We met with them on December 10th and believe that we have addressed their concerns. We'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Edelman. Any questions of Mr. Patton or Ms. Edelman? Folks, a public hearing, if you'd like to be heard.
Yes, good afternoon, Your Honor, members of the council. Chris Kempfer on behalf of the Stratosphere. I missed an invite, I guess. On December 10th, was there a representative of the Stratosphere there?
Actually, Terry Murphy was there.
On behalf of the Stratosphere?
Yes.
Okay. I just did not know anything about it, and since I had made the presentation at the November meeting, I wanted to make sure that we were appropriately represented. So anyway, if that's your representation, I accept it.
Very good.
I have no comments then.
Very good. Thank you. Anybody else like to be heard?
Good afternoon. I also would have to say...
You have to give us your name first.
My name is Yvonne Duplain, and I'm representing the property owner at 2205, 2211 Las Vegas Boulevard South, the Holiday Motel and the Holiday House Motel. We, too, nothing about December 10th, have no idea what that was about. I was here in, I believe, the last time this came before, and you put an abeyance on it, to January was some time. We did not even know about the meeting today. If I hadn't gotten a call last night from Cornerstone Company to tell me that this was happening, we did not receive anything about this going before the council today, okay? So that's, I guess, our problem.
Okay, well, it is a problem if it's as you represented. Ms. Wheeler, can you shed any light on this?
Mayor, the usual procedure is that, of course, at the Planning Commission hearing, which was October 23rd, we announced the date that it'll be going forward to council, and I believe, let me check the notes here. And there were 585 notices mailed prior to the council hearing.
To today's hearing?
To the previous one where the abeyance was.
I see.
We don't re-notice after each abeyance, as you know, sir.
I see.
So there are no notices sent out then for
Not after
the
the
next time?
abeyance, as I understand it.
Okay, well then, I'm sorry about that. The only thing that, I mean...
You were
it's-
here at that meeting, though, when it was obeyed, were you not?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, I was. And I guess I didn't really hear an exact date. They said January, and, I did not realize that it would be the third Wednesday, which is, of course, today. I'm representing the owners of the property there, and the only thing I don't understand, I keep hearing that this particular project is for traffic, for the congestion. I believe this is what it's all about, because they want to widen it so we can allow more cars to go down. I myself don't feel that right now, I mean, maybe 10 years from now, there's going to be more congestion. To me, if you're coming down the boulevard, the congestion probably starts at around Tropicana. The minute you get to Sahara Avenue, the traffic just sort of, opens up, and it flows very, very well. Between Sahara Avenue and this 4th Street area, I don't ever recall. I'm on the street all the time, day and night. I do drive the street. And the thing is, if the widening needs to take place, why does it have to come on the property? Why can't we get rid of the media in the middle? I mean, it's great we have these beautiful palm trees and everything, but what's the problem with just not removing that instead of going through all of this and saying that, in future development? The property that I manage right now, I've been there 21 years. It has been there 50 years. Redevelopment, I seriously doubt it, but maybe it will happen. I don't know. But the way they're talking, to take the property that they're going to take, we have buildings that are right up to the sidewalk. So what's going to happen when they go to widen this? Are the people going to step out of our wedding chapel right onto the street? I don't know. But I would think that if you need this widening, can't we do away with what's in the middle? Get ourselves another lane? This is just what I'm saying and the way I feel about it.
And that's why we like to hear from you.
Yeah, and I'm sure...
I'm trying to create congestion there.
Pardon?
I am trying to create congestion.
You want more congestion. I know.
Right.
You want to see
And
more cars coming down that way. We do too.
Right. This is in anticipation of success.
I understand that, and I know this is probably going to be approved and it's going to go ahead, but I just thought I would go ahead and represent our side of it and the way that we feel about it, And,
we appreciate that.
Okay? Thank
bet.
you very much.
Thanks for coming down.
Gentlemen, hello. My name is Robin Brooks Townsend. My family has owned the property located at 1616 Las Vegas Boulevard for over 60 years. My sister and I have inherited from our father, and we hope to leave it to our 2 boys. Unfortunately, my dilemma is if you widen the street, you will be taking away virtually all of the parking that I have to offer for my shopping center, and basically put us out of business and or render my property valueless. I have been to every hearing. Again, I wasn't noticed also. I didn't know about the meeting. No one has ever met with me, and I have been active at every meeting. I believe I spoke with this nice young lady yesterday. I'm opposed to it. I know I'm a small business owner saying no, but help.
Okay, we appreciate that.
Thank you.
Is that the senator back there?
Yes.
Well, we want to welcome you to our humble chambers, Senator. It's great having you here, and you're looking as handsome and buff as you usually do. It's a wonderful thing. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Ms. Edelman, do you want to respond to the comments of the citizens, please?
All I can say is that currently we do not have any projects on the books. We do not have any funding for any project. We have no plans for any kind of immediate action. So the Ms. Townsend's comment that we would take her parking is not accurate at this time. We would only implement this plan upon redevelopment is what our intent is.
I appreciate that, and I've been here before with Mr. Lewis and the legal staff, and it bothers me. It really does, because you're doing your job, and you're trying to protect the property for future development and success. But on the other hand, the property owners really, it's very difficult for them to figure out what their future is when it's so amorphous at this point in time. I wish we had a better system. I don't know whether there can be a better system, but this is disturbing on 2 or 3 other occasions, and I've expressed my opinion to the city attorney. I just feel that it's almost like a cloud over the property, particularly when we don't have any immediate plans or even a prognostication as to when there would be the expansion. Can you help me with that or not?
Mr. Mayor, maybe I can help just
Well, you haven't so far.
No, that's true.
And I say that respectfully.
No, I understand. What you're concerned about is this perceived cloud on one's property because of a master plan amendment that we make now for something that may happen in the future.
Or may never happen.
May never happen. Well, here's the reason. The intent for the master plan of streets and highways is so people know, property owners know, that in the future something may happen. What we're trying to do is give folks forewarning, proper notice that sometime in the future a widening may happen if we have a project, if we need to acquire property. Right now, no project. Right now, no need to acquire, no request to acquire. This council is not being asked to permit any acquisition of property or taking of property. The fact of the matter is, from a legal standard, there is no taking, there is no acquisition now, and so we would just respectfully request that you approve this so our constituency knows what may happen in the future.
Okay. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Lewis,
Yes, sir.
what if this young lady wants to sell her property? And this comes up as a red flag on the property that this is, the road may widen and you're going to lose your parking.
Well, what will happen is that during the due diligence process, a buyer will look at our master plan of streets and highways. And I would respectfully submit that it is better that a future purchaser see that the city is planning on coming in at some point and possibly widening this roadway, than not knowing before purchase and then have the city come in and allegedly render the site without ability to build. I will say that we do this all over the city, not just here on Las Vegas Boulevard. We have a master plan of streets and highways for our entire arterial grid. So developers, landowners know where our traffic and our roadways will be.
Okay, I have a question for Mr. Edelman. Is this being precipitated by the county talking about widening the strip, Las Vegas Boulevard, from Sahara south?
Yeah, that is one of the factors. I can actually let Mr. Mr. Berger, that's not right, Mr. Patton from Lewis Berger talk about that. He was actually involved in the initial studies and can kind of let you know where that came from.
Patton?
Actually, what initiated this was the Regional Transportation Commission. They are trying to look at trying to develop a plan that would allow the downtown connector that's being constructed now to be extended southward and to extend along the strip. We certainly, the first thing the RTC noticed was that the Clark County had already adopted a 200-foot wide cross-section, which allows them to have 8, they could even have 10 or 12 lanes of traffic down in Clark County if they wanted to, but enough room to be able to accommodate buses in their own lanes if the property owners wanted that to occur. They're obviously still in discussions with property owners. We don't know whether the buses will be in continuing mixed traffic. What is sure is that Las Vegas Boulevard will be 8 lanes in Clark County, immediately south of Sahara Avenue. That means that they don't line up at all with what's going on in the city of Las Vegas. And if you look at the potential of having bus service going continuously in the downtown area and flowing freely, it indicates that a little bit of widening to be able to accommodate one more lane in that section would be highly desirable from a long-range planning standpoint.
Okay, well, it seems,
One other comment?
yes, go ahead, Mayor.
Mr. Patton, what about what the lady said then about taking that median out down the middle and putting in a bus lane there?
The median out there is only 14 feet wide, and it's just wide enough for the turning lanes. That's, I think she, it would probably be more concerned about losing turns in and out of the property than the actual sidewalk location.
And I like the landscaping there anyhow. I would
Yeah.
vote against taking those palms down. But this causes me a great deal of concern. I think with Mr. Patton's explanation, there's more certainty
Could I
to
just
the project than less at this point.
Could I give you an example?
Please.
About 2 years ago, Clark County hired our firm to widen Paradise Road by 10 feet on both sides. I went into the initial meeting and I said, "Are you nuts? There are 75 businesses along that stretch of road from Desert Inn to Harmon Avenue." And at that time, Dennis Cedarberg showed me the plans, and he said, "Yeah, but through the redevelopment process, over the last 20 years, all but 4 properties along that stretch of road have dedicated an additional 10 feet. We already have all of the property necessary to widen it by an additional 10 feet. And the county now has plans, and they're getting very close to widening that section." That was because 20 years ago, somebody said, we got to put on our master plan of streets and highways that road will someday get wider, and every single person that comes in to dedicate would dedicate 10 feet, and it's happened over a 20-year period. I was shocked to see that, you know how congested Paradise Road is. Every single property owner, with the exception of 4 along that entire stretch of road, has previously dedicated 10 feet for a future widening. I was shocked that the county had stuck to it that well on Paradise Road. But that bodes very well for Paradise Road, and it certainly didn't stop the redevelopment from occurring. Just an example.
Well, we appreciate that. Thank you.
Mayor Goodman, if I may.
Yes.
Not to beat a dead horse, but what I've heard today is a lot of maybes and a lot of possibilities. I have to think that before any affirmative action takes place, that more notices will go out, and I guarantee you folks will be given plenty of notice, and your voices will be heard well before any action is taken. And you may even want to get a copy or a DVD of this meeting, just to have in your hands, because that's what I'm hearing today is maybes and possibilities, and it's probably not going to happen overnight. We're probably talking, I understand the mayor, we all want to make more traffic come downtown, but we're talking probably many years down the road.
May I?
Yes, Ms. Townsend.
My concern is that if you pass this today, Mr. Mayor, they are going to file an easement against my property that virtually, at a timing of their choosing, places me out of business. That's my concern.
Ms. Edelman is shaking her head in the negative as far as the easement is concerned.
No, we would not do that. Also, if there ever became a project on the books, and again, there's not one at this time, but if there was, we would have to come in and pay you full market value for that property if it ever became that situation. Right.
Okay, well, I got to tell you, Councilor Ross?
Well, I don't want to interrupt you, but for us to continue to be as progressive as we have been in years past to bring bodies and business and economy to downtown, we certainly don't want any of the businesses on the boulevard to suffer. That is not the idea or intent. And I just think that those who are going to be affected, Mrs. Townsend, I don't mean to put you on the spot here, but you would be affected should there be a project.
Yes, sir.
As the body who tries to guide and direct the city into the years to come, we need to think in years to come aspect. And I think you understand that. We certainly don't want anyone to be hurt. I do think, though, you need to be cognizant as other business owners who may be affected by a project, if there was one, to be prepared and to join with the city in the efforts of creating more transportation and more bodies in downtown, hopefully with full wallets to come to your business, if that makes sense.
Well, we have some choices, and I think I'm just disappointed that nobody in the city has spoken with me, has been willing to sit down and discuss. We have a piece of land that is virtually vacant and abandoned behind us that we could extend backwards. We could put parking in the back of the center instead of in the front. But nobody's willing to discuss those issues with me, and I don't know what to do.
Have you tried?
My husband won't help me.
Well, I don't blame him. He's a smart husband. Have you tried to speak to anybody with the city?
I've spoken with a couple of people. I guess I just haven't gotten to the right one, sir.
Okay, we'll help you.
Thank you.
We'll help you. You call my office, I'll put you in touch with the right people.
Well, Your Honor, let's get a commitment out of Sherry and her staff right now. I mean, if ever a project were to come about, I mean, we would certainly have to be in communication with everybody affected by this. Tell us how that process will work. You may already have that mechanism to do that.
Absolutely. I mean, as we're going through a project and we go through the design process, we involve all the adjacent property owners to make sure that if we are going to impact them, that we try to work out any kind of issues with access, or if there are, their private improvements or anything like that in the way, we work with them on how those private improvements would be either relocated or removed from the project before we would go in there. So there would be a lot of communication if there were a project, but again, there's no project, there's no design plans or anything like that. So we wouldn't be at the stage where we would be talking about relocating parking or anything like that. And
But with all due respect, there is the semblance of a project. It's Christmas. It's Christmas future. You're talking about the downtown connector, and I'm on the RTC, and to be quite frank with you, I feel like I have a real conflict here, because from the RTC's perspective, it's definitely consistent with what you're trying to accomplish. But as the mayor of a city trying to protect a constituent who I believe is put into a semi-state of limbo at the very, very least, I feel pulled in the opposite direction, and I just don't feel comfortable. Maybe I can help myself here, Ms. Wheeler.
Yes, sir.
What is the intent, legal and practical, of the master plan?
The master plan, the city's master plan as opposed to the master plan of streets and highways?
A master plan.
A master plan. The master plan is a 20-year plan of the land uses in the city. That is to say, what is allowed to be developed on private property throughout the city, and what the city's long-term intention is with regard to whether or not that'll be low-density or high-density residential, commercial, or industrial. Within those categories, then, there's the fine-tuning of the zoning and the development standards. But the master plan, again, is that long-term plan painting a broad stroke picture of what the city's intention is for private development into the long term.
Okay, is there an inference or a presumption that, in fact, the development will take place within the 20 years?
The development itself, sir, in the general plan is based upon private development. The city is not the developer, and therefore it is merely the canvas on which a private developer could then impose their development. The city is not a developer of private property.
Okay, well, I'm sure Ms. Townsend will sleep much more soundly now that you heard that explanation. Okay, I guess it's time to... Anyone else want to be heard on this? All right, we'll close the public hearing then. This is the Mayor Pro Tem.
Ms. Townsend?
Yes, sir.
If I could.
Please.
If we held this in abeyance for 2 weeks, would that satisfy you to meet with the staff and maybe...
Only if I got a favorable vote at that time.
Well,
I mean, I'm going to be unhappy no matter, I'm just concerned for my family.
And I'm concerned for your husband. I want him to be in a good mood. I really do. We need his help.
To me, it's very important. Again, this property was my father's. He built it as Marketown Builders. I'm sure you remember that. And we're old-time Nevadans, and it just breaks my heart. So I don't know. That's not an answer, Councilman Reese.
But again, though, we don't have to approve this today.
I understand.
I would like to get it approved, if possible. I think we need to go forward with that.
Next year would be good.
And next year after, whatever. I know. But again, though, I do also, represent the area, and I want to make sure that all the constituents that are, doing business along there survive and maybe thrive.
Well, I would appreciate that then. I would appreciate that extension.
I know we work very closely together trying to, better the area in a lot of different ways. And staff has came to me and they've explained to me over and over again what we're doing here. And until I get questioned, then I feel quite comfortable doing what I'm doing. And like I say, we can hold this in abeyance for 2 weeks, so you meet with staff. Maybe you won't, but at least, to me, we would have given you that opportunity to sit down with staff and ask questions and have them talk to you one-on-one or whatever, as well as the other young lady that spoke before you.
I would appreciate that, sir.
Ms. Wheeler?
If I may, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, with regard to the development potential of any privately held property, certainly the planning staff would be happy to meet with Ms. Townsend or any other private property owner to discuss what their potential for private development is on any of these properties, and we'd certainly be happy to do that.
Very good. Well, it's accessible government. We pride ourselves on that, so at least now you have two departments who are chomping at the bit to meet with you.
Thank you, sir.
Well, I'll move to hold this in the bench, Your Honor, until our February the 4th, 2000.
Councilman,
Sheet going like this.
may I make a suggestion, and that is that if we are going to go ahead and hold this abeyance, that we go ahead and notify the property owners along that. I would have to defer to
So we want
Mrs. Wheeler, make
30
sure that's okay.
30 days in?
Is that enough time?
It'll have to be, we have to have the notices out by the day after tomorrow for the February 4th meeting. There's not enough time to do that.
I would move to hold this in until our
18th.
May I ask a question?
Let's take it.
Until when?
February 18th.
18th?
Okay. Councilor Wilson?
Thank you. My only question is the notice radius. How many people are we going to notice in this?
It's 1,000 feet. Again, it's 585 properties. Most the properties that we have heard from are all immediately adjacent. It hasn't been an issue of the radius itself, but rather the frequency of the notification.
Okay.
Well, I didn't feel like we needed to notify everybody. I just wanted to make sure that we've had the meetings, we've noticed these two ladies haven't been able to sit down and talk with you, and I feel that they need to have the right to sit down and talk to you.
Okay, I'd be happy to sit down and talk
If
with
anybody else,
them.
try to do the same thing.
Okay, and if anyone needs to get a hold of me, they can contact me at the city engineer's office, and so if anybody's out there watching and wants to meet with
Well,
me,
I think
give me a call.
February the 4th is fine.
All right, February 4th. That's the motion to abate February the 4th.
February 4th, sir?
February 4th.
With a mailing to the properties immediately?
No mailing, just so that
We've already
the
noticed.
two ladies who are here and whoever else they want to bring to speak to our city staff will have the time to do so. Okay, let's vote on that, please.
Thank you.
Opposed?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Item 74 is ZON 31439, a rezoning. The applicant, the City of Las Vegas, the owner is USA. Request for rezoning from you, undeveloped PROS Park Recreation Open Space General Plan Designation, to you, undeveloped PROS Parks Recreation Open Space General Plan Designation under Resolution of Intent to PD Plan Development Zone, to CV Civic and PD Plan Development on 257.12 acres at the northeast corner of Alexander Road and Vegas Vista Trail. This is in Ward 4. It's a public hearing which I now declare open. Is anybody here representing the city? Anybody here on behalf of the USA?
Mayor, this item is a rezoning that will take this property and change a portion of it to CV and a portion of it to PD. The difference is based upon part of the property is located within the Lone Mountain Plan area, and part of the property is not. The item did receive a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission.
And the staff?
Yes, sir.
All right, very good.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
And why are we doing this?
It is to accommodate a future park and accompanying uses by Clark County.
Thank you.
All right, very good.
Which they approved this morning, right?
That is my understanding, yes.
All right. This is a public hearing, folks. Would you like to be heard?
Hi, I'm Shelley Richardson, 10380 Fuji Court. We live just behind the park on Vegas Vista, or behind Vegas Vista and Lone Mountain Heights, and we're just concerned that this sounds like you could put buildings there.
Excuse me
or
one
something.
second, please. I'm sorry. We don't have a quorum. We have to wait until we get one more member back here. Yes, because Councilman Steinman's going to abstain. There we go. Why don't you start from scratch?
Okay.
Oh, okay. All right, fine.
We're just worried that it's going from being described as parks and recreation to planned development, and we don't want to see any buildings there because we've been living there for 7 years and promised that it's going to be a park, and just trying to make sure it stays a park.
All right, can anybody address that?
I'll try. I believe that's the intent of this zone change, is to make sure that this, I mean, no matter what it's zoned, okay, there's always that opportunity available to an applicant to come in and say, I'm going to buy this property and this is what I want to do there. Then, of course, you get your notifications and we can go about saying yes or no or whatever, and they can do that anytime, no matter what it's zoned. All we're trying to do is to make sure the zoning's all the same, running continuous with the county and stuff today.
Okay, so even if it's zoned park and recreation, they can
still come in and ask for a variance and change, and a zone change to build apartments or whatever.
Okay, but isn't it easier if it's called planned development?
No.
No? Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
It's just a huge misunderstanding. I really apologize for that, but all we're trying to do today is to make all the zoning continuous with the county and with what the city's plans are there. And if and when they ever get the money to build a park, you'll certainly be notified at that time. You'll have a lot of input on what goes in the park and where it's located at the park.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
This is Mr. Lewis.
Yes.
And I might add that the county will be back with a site development plan for the park. So it'll come back before this body, before the county goes to start building something out there.
All right, very good. Yes, sir.
I'm Bruce Cullings. I live at 4034 Laurel Flat Court, which abuts Vegas Vista Trail, and I look out onto this dirt property, which has been planned for a regional park since we moved in from some 8 years ago. And I understand that today is probably more procedural than anything else to get things, the ducks in a row and so forth. But knowing politicians and people that I've dealt with in the city, 50 years I've lived here in the city, I had to be here to make sure that you know that we're still up there breathing and watching what's going on. And we wanted to be sure that they're not going to put buildings down there, at least in the near future. And I know that from past experience that we will be notified if changes are in the works, and you can bet that we'll be there in arms to take, let you take notice that we do not want anything other than the park that was planned. If they change it, we will be there at those meetings as well. And I appreciate your opportunity, this opportunity
Well,
to talk to you.
I have to address the gentleman because he knows politicians. One of your neighbors, he asked whether we could move the Mob Museum out there into that park.
I think you might have a fight on your hands.
Okay.
I just want to make a comment on it. We're not politicians up here. We're elected officials.
There's a difference.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
All right,
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thanks for coming down. Anybody else like to be heard? All right, thank you very much. We'll close the public hearing then. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes. I move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item with all conditions, please.
All right, let's vote on that, please.
Thank you for coming down.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. 80. Okay, item 80. 80 is VAR 31691. It's a variance. The applicant owner is Michelle Shappy. Request for a variance to allow for a 7-foot side yard setback where 10 feet is the minimum required for proposed room addition and patio cover on .45 acres at 4998 Sandra Road in Ward 3. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now open. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Michelle Shappy, 4998 Sandra Road, representing my in-laws that actually reside at this residence. We're looking at doing a room addition for them, and although the variance request from 7 foot to 10 foot, it does actually have an existing 8.5-foot non-conforming setback. The property was built back in the 60s, as well as less than a 3-foot setback on the east side of the property. And I'm respectfully requesting approval of the variance. If you'd like me to go into the reasoning of the design of the property, we can. Not necessary.
All right, thank you
Okay.
very much.
Thank you.
It's a public hearing, folks, if you'd like to be heard. All right, we'll close the public hearing. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes. I went out and looked at the property last weekend. I see no problem. It's a nice home. I know the addition's going to be nice. So the reason staff has to recommend denial is because it's a variance. And they seem like they always recommend denial when there's a variance. And so I'm going to follow the Planning Commission's recommendation for approval of this item and just congratulate you for building something down there.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And just so that you are aware, the neighbor most affected by this has submitted a card of approval.
I've got it.
Okay.
Thank you. All
Thank
right, let's
you.
vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries, and good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. 81 is RQR 31387, required review. The applicant is Clear Channel Outdoor. The owner is Bell Real Estate LLC. Request for a required review of an approved special use permit for a 40-foot tall, 12-foot by 24-foot off-premise billboard sign at 1910 Industrial Road. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now open.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Rod Carter, 2880 Mead Avenue, on behalf of Clear Channel Outdoor. Concur with all the conditions being imposed. Mayor Pro Tem received the final building this morning, so we are good to go. So humbly ask for your approval moving forward.
Very good. Any questions of Mr. Carter? Folks, public hearing, if you'd like to be heard. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor, I move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval of this item with all conditions, please.
Okay, let's vote. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you. 82 is SUP 31739, special use permit. The applicant is Metro PCS Nevada, LLC. The owner is the Moffett Family Trust. Appeal filed from the denial by the Planning Commission of a request for a special use permit for a proposed 13-foot extension to an existing 45-foot wireless communication facility, non-stealth design at 2120 Paradise Road. This is in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend denial. It's a public hearing which is now open. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Mark Sawyer, 411 Blush Creek Place, Las Vegas. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, in an effort to mitigate the impact to the neighborhood of adding 2 carriages to this existing monopole, Crown Castle applied for a 13-foot extension with flush-mounted antennas, and we were denied in the Planning Commission. Subsequent to that, we have had several meetings, one with Mayor Pro Tem Reese, and we feel that this application is the best and highest use for this particular site, especially since we do not want to submit an application for a monopalm or a monopine or change this in any other way except for raising it up and putting the flush-mounted antennas on here.
Excuse me a second. Can you show us what it's going to look like?
Unfortunately, I ran off and forgot my
Oh, yeah.
my quota sim, but I believe we have one here with staff.
This is it here?
Yes, sir. That is it.
That don't look too bad.
Okay. Is that it, sir?
Yes, sir. We would just respectfully request council's approval here, and I will take any questions that you have.
All right. Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the gentleman? Folks, public hearing, if you'd like to be heard. Close the public hearing then. Mayor Pro Tem.
I would move for approval if it looks like this, with all conditions.
All right. And you're representing to us that it looks like that?
Yes, sir.
All right.
It don't look like a palm tree or a
No, sir.
a pine tree.
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
And good luck. 83 is SUP 31747, special use permit. The applicant is People's Loan Center Corporation. The owner is Oba Noriko Takata Trust. Appeal filed from the denial by the Planning Commission of a request for a special use permit for a financial institution specified with waivers to allow 1,050 square feet of floor area where 1,500 is required and a 0-foot distance separation to another financial institution specified where 1,000 feet is required at 5310 West Sahara Avenue, Suite A. This is in Ward 1. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend denial. It's a public hearing, which I now declare open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the board. Tim Ayala, 4600 Sunset Road, representing the applicant. The reason that they deny it is because they pull a use permit in 2000, and they use it for a year and a half, and then a mortgage company leased the property, and he has the lease. The property that is in place right now is Suite B, that is right here, and the one that we want the use permit is Suite A, that is next to it. They haven't used the use permit. Nobody has used it for several years, so that's why we asked for the use permit for the financial institution in Suite A, and it's a mortgage company, like I say, and they are not thinking in using it for a financial institution, and they have a lease for 5 years, so there's no way that they are going to use it for anything else. So therefore, we ask to approve this application.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And what's the use going to be again?
A financial institution, like loans, where you go and ask for loans.
There's already one in the shopping center, though.
No, it's a mortgage company. It's for houses.
Same thing.
All right, folks, public hearing, if you'd like to be heard. All right, seeing now, we'll close the public hearing. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. I have talked to Councilman Tarkanian about this. I've been briefed by staff. We have many, many uses like this out in this area, as we do all over all the wards in the city of Las Vegas. And I think that they're just getting to be an overabundance. I don't feel like it's compatible at this location. And I'm going to follow the Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for denial of this item.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Item 84 is SDR 31641, Site Development Plan Review, public hearing for the applicant owner is Juan Elias. Request for site development plan review for a 1,498 square foot office building conversion with waivers to allow a 1 foot landscape buffer along a portion of the north perimeter where 8 feet is required, and to allow a 5 foot landscape buffer along the south and west perimeters where 15 feet is required on .15 acres at 2301 East Bonanza Road in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. Public hearing, which is now open. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Juan Elias.
Excuse me.
I need to, again, disclose the fact that my barber shop is just around the corner from this location, but I have participated before. I have voted on this item. I felt like I could be a reasonable person to make a good or a bad decision on this item, so I'm going to continue to vote on this item.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir. Please identify yourself again.
Yes, my name is Juan Elias. I live at 4508 Solar Eclipse Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada 89115. If you have translator, I'd be...
Can you understand us?
Yes.
Well, I can understand you.
Okay.
So why don't we try, and if we come to a point where we have difficulty with one another, then we could call in an interpreter.
Okay. I submit this application. I request for the building reduce. Make a demolition of part of the building to make it 1,498 square feet, and instead 1,664 square feet is now. But I'd like see if you can approve like the construction is now, like in order don't to have to remove this part. Mrs.
You do? Okay, let us have an interpreter. We don't supply interpreters. Would you be able to bring an interpreter with you?
I can have Susie here next time.
Or we could have the Mayor Pro Tem's liaison. Susie Martinez.
Yes.
Would that be okay?
Yes.
Well, why don't we do that? We'll put this over for 2 weeks, and we'll have Ms. Martinez here, and she'll be able to assist the council and yourself.
Okay. You think it's possible this, or...
Well, I think that we better wait until Ms. Martinez comes, and perhaps you can meet with the Mayor Pro Tem, with Ms. Martinez, and talk to him before we come back 2 weeks from now.
You know, if I could, an explanation. See, what the application states is he's asking for variances for the landscaping around there, and then he's talking about the size of the building.
Right, I know. That's why I think that...
He wants to have he feels like if he does this, then he can go ahead and get the bigger building and stuff, and that's not what's on the agenda today.
Right, well, maybe you can help him between now and the time that you have it obeyed. We'll be able to work with Councilman Reese's liaison and with Councilman Reese, and then we'll bring it back and we'll try to get it resolved.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll move to hold this amendment until February the 4th meeting.
All right. February 4th, but try to contact Councilman Reese's office before that.
Okay.
Call Susie.
Call Susie Martinez.
Thank
All
you.
right, there's a motion to obey. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Item 85 is SDR 31749, Site Development Plan Review. The applicant is Forest City Commercial Development. The owner is LiveWork LLC, FC Vegas 20 LLC, and FC Vegas 39 LLC. Request for a site development plan review for a 303,085 square foot office building with waivers from the downtown Centennial Plan, streetscape requirements, build-to-line requirements, and aerial encroachment limitation on 4.2 acres at the northwest corner of South First Street and Clark Avenue. This is in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now open, and let's hear from the applicant, please, ladies. Let's hear from the applicant first.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, members of the council. I'm Tabitha Fitteman, 3800 Howard Hughes Parkway. With me is Mr. Chris Kempfer, Sam Dunham from Pogemeyer Engineers, and Michael Crow from JMA Architecture, if you have questions appropriate for their consideration. The application before you is simply a site development plan review for an office building on an approximate 4-acre block located at Main and First and Lewis and Clark. If approved, this site would be the location for the new City Hall. Although today you are technically charged with evaluating the appropriateness of the proposed use at this particular location, we'd like to provide you with a bit of a broader picture which will explain the significance of this site for City Hall. First, development of City Hall at this location is really the impetus of a 5-acre master plan, or 5-block master plan, which would include civic and public facilities, as well as office, retail, and restaurant development. If I can direct your attention to the overhead. Can I be heard standing here?
Yes, you may want a mic. Can we provide Ms. Fenneman with the mic? There we go.
Okay, thank you. Are you there? Okay. These are the 5 blocks bounded by Garces Avenue and Lewis Avenue. The proposed City Hall site is located here. The 3 blocks located here would be for office, retail, and restaurant development. This block here would be the RTC transit stop, which is planned and already been approved for that site. The civic and public facilities, the City Hall, being the City Hall and the RTC, are really the anchors of this overall development. The development and success of the 3 blocks that are within or between the City Hall and the RTC, and this is just an important investment downtown, are really dependent upon the construction of the civic and public facility elements. Second, development of City Hall at this location allows us to exchange this property for 2 blocks within Union Park, which ultimately we plan to develop a 1,000-room boutique hotel at this particular location. In addition to facilitating the major investment and development in downtown I just outlined, relocation of City Hall in the exchange for parcels in Union Park creates several other opportunities for investment and revenue generation in downtown Las Vegas. Identification of this site as being ideal for a new City Hall is part of a very well thought out and complex plan for creating jobs, investment, and opportunity in downtown, and really for the city as a whole. Lastly, we appreciate the support of your staff as well as the unanimous approval of your Planning Commission. And before we make ourselves available for questions, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Dunham, who has some comments on staff's conditions.
Very good. Mr. Dunham.
Hi, Sam Dunham, 3471 West Aquindale Road. There were some conditions of approval that we needed to just get clarification on, and I've spoken with Ms. Wheeler and with Public Works on these, but just for the record, on item 8, I would like to note that there will be stair and ramp encroachments into public right-of-way, not only on First Street, but on Main Street. And in that case, we will be giving or providing a 5-foot planter zone and then a 10-foot sidewalk, which is indicative of everything in that area. So it's we're not really asking for anything much as far as that goes. On item 15, we would like to amend the condition to eliminate the first sentence, which would in effect allow reflective glazing at the pedestrian level, and that is so that the look of the building is consistent throughout, and that pedestrian glazing is only on a very small portion of City Hall, but it will keep the look of the building consistent throughout. On item 16, Director Wheeler, we had talked about allowing or amending that condition, and I think Margot had some different wording. If maybe she could step up and reword item 16.
Ms. Wheeler, could you help Mr. Dunham?
Well, yes, I actually have some different wording on all of these, but on 16 it will be that above ground, would be the third sentence, above ground utility appurtenances shall not be located within amenity zone, sidewalk areas, or pedestrian easements subject to approval of the Planning and Development Department, so that options that may be proposed can be considered by P&D where there is physical impediments to meeting the straight code requirements.
And we are certainly in agreement with that. Did you want to correct me on items 8 and 15 also?
Ms. Wheeler?
On item 8, where it says a single stair and or ramp on the First Street side, we would just add and Main Street side, so that we would add both of those, again, may be considered. And then on 15, it would be that reflective glazing at the pedestrian level for the retail space at the southeast corner of the building and the entries to the building would be prohibited. So, in other words, we would allow the glazing elsewhere on the building, but on the corner and to the entries, we would not want to have the glazing at the pedestrian level.
And I'm seeing a nod agreeing to that
I saw
from the
that
architect.
nod also.
So, and then last, but it would be on item 24, and I've talked with Mr. Anderson about this, we are agreeing to remove and replace those improvements adjacent to the site for any that are below below standards, and we would just like to limit that to the center line of the street, and I think that's pretty consistent with policy throughout the city of Las Vegas.
Ms. Wheeler?
Bart Anderson,
Mr.
Public
Anderson.
Works. That is the intent of the condition, so I would agree to that clarification.
Very good. So it looks like everybody's happy.
And I'm satisfied. Thank you so much.
Very good. Ms. Fetterman, anybody else? Anybody else wish to speak?
Your Honor, if I might, I think it's important in the event there might be, I trust there are people listening at home or maybe in the audience who don't appreciate the importance that this particular project has overall. And if I could just take a couple of minutes.
You certainly may.
That I think these are important points that we need to note. As Tabitha noted, this City Hall project is just one piece of a nearly $4 billion project, and yet it's a very important piece. For without this City Hall project, Parcel PQ, the Live Work Development, and CIM Lady Luck projects are all jeopardized.
As well as this City Hall building, as well as the 12 acres across the street.
Right. I mean, and that's the thing. The number of jobs created by this overall development is in excess of 10,000. Certainly.
13,441.
All right. Well, 13,441.
Right.
All right. And
you want to talk about the tax increment too?
No one would deny the jobs are not a crucial consideration. The amount of tax revenues to be generated upon the completion of these projects is staggering. Importantly, the impact that these projects will have on surrounding properties will further increase tax revenues for the city. The relocation of the City Hall will create essentially a unified piece of property. From Casino Center to Las Vegas Boulevard, the attractiveness of such a piece of property cannot be overstated, and the revenue which would be created from that sale would be significant for the city. Additionally, with this new City Hall, it will reduce energy costs by $500,000 a year annually. Over a 30-year period, that's $15 million in energy costs that we would be saving. There will be well over a 2,000 metric ton reduction in carbon dioxide emissions. In this day and age, there's a realization and a correct one that that's a consideration that you need and must weigh. The utility cost savings will be nearly $8 million over the next 30 years. And by this new City Hall, we avoid the more than $1.5 million which are required to improve the existing facility. And so there are so many reasons why this is such an important project. They go beyond just this being a site development review. It adds jobs, construction jobs, other jobs. Everything you could possibly want is being recognized in this particular project. So it's an incredible project that will serve well the citizens of Las Vegas.
Thank you very much. All right, public hearing, folks, if anybody would like to be heard.
Stan Washington, 4299 Lucas. Good morning. Excuse me. Good afternoon, Your Honor and Council. I first of all want to start off by giving some kudos to Office of Business Development staff. I do concur with the previous comments from this developer and others that I've heard in the past relative to their performance. As you know, Your Honor, I'm going to give it to you straight on both sides of the fence as I see it there. And you have to go ahead and give kudos where kudos is due, and you have to be critical when it's time to be critical, as you do in terms of that. But right now, I haven't had an opportunity to go ahead and congratulate the performance that I believe is coming out of Office of Business Development, starting from Mr. Adams and certainly Mr. Arndt and Mr. Van Gogh there, who've been around for quite some time. So they continue to go ahead and do their job and make the city look good, and I basically want to put that on the record. As for this particular project here, certainly the city is a forward city, and certainly you can't go ahead and stand still. So come time to go ahead and modernize things and move forward, I believe that's probably the right thing to go ahead and do. But what we really have to go ahead and look at, Your Honor, is I'm glad that you spelled out how many jobs it is going to be there, because that certainly was going to be one of my questions. 13,341. Is that the number that you said?
13,441.
13,441. That's a magnificent number. As you know, Your Honor.
By the way, that's permanent jobs. That's in addition to the jobs which will be created during the construction of these projects.
And once again, deserves kudos. However, I must go ahead and bring to your attention, because I know you're a man who's interested in what the President said yesterday in his inaugural speech, that now's the time for opportunity for everybody in America.
Right.
All colors, all creeds, all sexes, coming down. And as you know, as we stood here before many years ago and talked about the World Market Center, it was 35,000 jobs projected on that thing coming on down. And certainly, World Market Center is up, and that was the basis for Union Park. They were the first one that took the risk, and all that's good. However, Your Honor, on the job creation side, in terms of who the participation of the job, we're deficient in that area there. And as we talk about the 13,000 jobs that we're talking about here, the question begs to be asked, jobs for whom? Because they have to be more inclusive than the jobs thus far in Union Park, which is just getting started. World Market, certainly Chelsea there. So to go ahead and talk about how this is going to be a very great project for the city of Las Vegas, we'd be short if we weren't defining who exactly are we talking about those jobs being for, because heavens knows, and it's a shame that Councilman Barlow isn't here to go ahead and champion for that. The jobs have still not hit Ward 5 in that community, and it's very obvious.
Well, and I appreciate you coming down and making that statement again, and I concur with you. I know the council does, and we're going to make a concerted effort that all of our citizens are included in the job force that's going to be servicing these different projects. Be assured of that.
Because unlike the redevelopment projects, this is not a redevelopment project. It's not subject to employment development law. We all know that, but however, we're talking about $250 million.
This is a redevelopment project.
Can you clarify that? That's not the information I got.
Yeah, there is a part of it. If you remember, under our master development agreement that we are operating under, we're going to be bringing back to you transaction documents. One of those is an owner participation agreement that the redevelopment agency will be a party to, respecting the 5-block development, primarily the 4 blocks of taxable development that Forest City is going to be developing. There will be an employment plan as a part of that owner participation agreement for those 3 blocks.
I'm glad you clarified that, because I did have an opportunity to meet with one of the Forest City representatives there, and my information to date, as he told me, he said, Stan, we're not part of the employment plan. We're not part of that. We're exempt from that. We can do what we want to do. And I said, well, that's fine. You're right. I don't have anything to do with that, but I do have to bring this up to the mayor. There is $250 million of city money coming down, whether it's redevelopment or not. And so that being the case, we got to ask jobs for who in terms of what's going on here, and you know where I'm coming from.
I do, and I appreciate where you're coming from, and those folks will be coming into my office tomorrow, the principals from Forest City and from Live Work, and I assure you I will bring this up to them.
And I would appreciate
if there's an issue, I'll involve you in the discussion.
I would appreciate. I understand that Mr. Ratner has a very fine record throughout the country in diversity, so it shouldn't be difficult for him to come do the right thing as he comes here.
I don't think there's any resistance to be
Thank
quite
you,
frank.
Your Honor.
Okay. Anybody else like to be heard? All right, I'll close the public hearing, and before we... Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Yeah, we didn't say anything when we were up here before.
No problem.
Maybe that was better, huh? Anyway, good afternoon, Mayor and Council that are here, and we welcome Mr. Steinman to the group. We do have
Please identify yourself for the record.
I am Juanita Clark with Charleston Neighborhood Preservation, the neighborhood group, and my companion here will identify herself today too. This is to you, and it's from us, and this is regarding this item 85, the SDR 31749, and we have 3 questions. First off, why were the words New City Hall omitted from this item on the agenda?
Yes, Ms. Wheeler, why don't you explain that, because that was a question that we asked. Apparently, this is a site development plan review for an office building.
Yes.
And there's no question that the City Hall concept is going to be discussed. As a matter of fact, this morning, one of the items was to declare, I believe, February the 8th as the day for public hearing, that anybody who wants to speak as to the financial aspects of City Hall will be welcome to speak at that public hearing. And of course, you're more than welcome to attend this. This is just for the site development review of the office building concept.
Okay.
And no subterfuge, because as I said, what we did before this morning is we said it's going to cost X amount of dollars, and if people want to be heard on it, we're having a public hearing, and I will be very liberal in the amount of time I give to the participants.
Okay. Well, we understand that it is kind of a done deal since this morning's item. We had wanted to speak to that too, but weren't given permission on that one. How are
what do you mean?
Well, we just asked that it be removed from the consent agenda, and we hadn't approached any of you people, so.
I think we did make a special. We did remove it from the consent agenda, and I did state that we were going to have a public hearing on this on February the 8th. I think I made that very clear. Did I not?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I'm talking about the one this morning.
February 4th. Pardon me.
It was February 4th?
Let's be crystal clear. It's February the 4th. Yes.
So can we go ahead today, or?
I would prefer that you wait until then, because that's the appropriate time to do it. But if you want to speak today, you're more
okay. Well, this is addressing. We thought it was addressing this part. Anyway, the other question is, who approves the owners, or how those 3 LLCs, how are they approved, or they just submit? How does that work?
Okay, Mr. Adams, do you want to talk in terms of how live work? Mr. Adams? Would you be kind enough, did you hear the question?
No, I'm sorry.
Basically, it was how were the developers chosen to develop this particular project? How did Live Work come into the picture, and how did Forest City come into the picture?
We approached them. I would go back and remind you that for quite some time we had planned to build City Hall in a different location, and we looked at, but at that location, which is immediately adjacent to Union Park, we tried to effect a swap with that then property owner. They wouldn't do it, and the only choice we had there was to come out of pocket with cash to buy a site. We didn't feel that was appropriate. We own land on Union Park, and we felt we could effect a trade for land on Union Park with another developer. We looked at a number of different options in the area, and one of those that became available was the Live Work Las Vegas development. By effecting the swap, we don't have to come out of pocket with cash. That's how we got to that transaction. We started the discussions, and we got to the point where we're at today.
Right, and then the Live Work people made an agreement with the Forest City folks to take over a large position of their portfolio, and by bringing Forest City in, we have one of the premier developers in the world, I would say, on residential and commercial properties in downtown areas.
Yeah, we had been working for some time with the Live Work Las Vegas partners on attracting developers to come in and be an active development partner with them on their project, and we're jointly successful in achieving Forest City to make the commitment to downtown, which we believe is a very positive thing.
Thank you.
The other one might require his comments too.
Please,
we were
would
wondering,
you speak into the mic, please?
Use the mic.
Oh yes, we were wondering if those 3 are connected, and it sounds like they are.
If what is connected?
If the three developers.
Are they?
There are only the two developers, which is Live Work and then Forest City. They're two developers. They are connected because they are joint venturing this this project. Okay, let me explain again. So there's no misunderstanding. This is important because there are people who are interested in this. We are going to have the public hearing on the financing of the City Hall project on February the 18th. We've heard at 9 a.m. We've heard three different dates today. It's February the 18th at 9 a.m. No, we start the morning agenda at 9 a.m. We have no idea what that's going to look like at this time.
At this location?
At this location.
The public notice will be published at 9 a.m.
That's correct. But it may not be called at 9 a.m., but it will be called that day and in the morning. And it will not be called before 9 a.m. Okay?
Okay, we certainly wouldn't want to miss the ceremonial matters.
No, we have to do the important things first.
A vital thing for the city. Yes, okay. But so I'll just finish our ideas on that, and again, you might hear them again on the 18th. I'm not sure. Respectfully, we request denial of this SDR 31749. At least one neighborhood group has been denied the right to speak. Okay, I mentioned that because $1 million of the dollars were taken from the refurbishing of the oldest pool in Las Vegas, which is Garside Junior High on Torrey Pines, and that's a needy area of the city. And because these things were placed on a consent sections of the agenda, when a request was made for removal of this item from the consent agenda, it was not granted. And maintaining no public comment, which means it's a denial of speaking to these resolutions prior to the approval of the vote by the council, which happened this morning. And so again, we request denial of the waiver from these recently approved requirements to build to line, because the aesthetics of putting plants on a wall, we just don't feel that that's a remedial or a supplement to building, to have something at land level. And the last item, we respectfully request denial of the waiver from these only recently approved requirements to allow the aerial encroachment limitations. With our county facility being such an easy target, we certainly do not want a prominent city government facility in a proximate location. And we appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
I appreciate you coming down here. I don't understand a lot of what you said. To be quite frank with you, we pulled the item this morning. We said that the public hearing is going to take place where everybody's welcome to comment, criticize, both constructively and critically, the City Hall project that's going to take place on February the 18th. So certainly no one has been denied access to speak about this. You've been given the opportunity to speak about this right now, so we're not shutting it down. And it amazes me that a smart lady like yourself can't understand what we're trying to do here, and I'm going to try to explain it one more time, because people maybe have difficulty in understanding what we're trying to accomplish. I'm not going to go into the long detail that I did before, but as the attorney said, Ms. Fenneman, she said this is part of basically a jigsaw puzzle. I keep on saying it time and time again, where we're not only going to have the City Hall project, the buildings around it, the RTC, but that is going to free up this building. So we're going to be able to sell this. We're going to be able to develop the 12 acres east of the City Hall that the city owns. We're going to have a casino which is going to be built over on the 61 acres on parcel PQ as a result of this. CIM that has bought the Lady Luck is going to be able to develop that property as a result of this. They're going to develop a concept all around the Mob Museum, which is going to be developed as a result of this. It's going to have an economic impact of, from the private sector, $4.1 billion at a time that the economy is choking, strangling, and on its last legs. It's the very kind of concept that the President of the United States, Barack Obama, talked about when he talked about the economic stimulus. It's the very type of concept that is shovel-ready, as they say. As soon as we get the funds for this, we're going to be able to go into the ground. We're going to be able to have these facilities built. It's going to revitalize the downtown. It's going to create tons of construction jobs. I can't tell you how many. And we're going to need that because when City Center closed down, there are going to be 25,000 construction workers who are going to be looking for new work, and this is going to be the work that's available for them. And then after that, it's going to have 13,441 permanent jobs at a time when people are losing their jobs. They're in soup lines almost, and people are objecting to this. Smart lady, I don't understand it.
When you mentioned this morning, are you talking about the item 41?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Well, we had different information about what was going to happen this morning, and so thank you. And
Who gave you the
we
information?
apologize for the misunderstanding.
As I say, you're a smart lady. Who gave you the information which was wrong information?
Well, maybe we misunderstood the information that we were given.
Okay. All right. There's no secrets about this. I am proud of this. You know, there are people going around saying that we have $1 billion city hall that's being built. It's a lie. We had representations made at this council chamber, which were lies, that we're taking money away from the school district that should be going to kids' educations. This is redevelopment money. This isn't money that we can just dispense willy-nilly. We have statutes which guide us and which restrict us in how we're able to use this money. We're trying to make this into a better city. These monies, all the taxes are going to come to the schools, and they're going to come to the social welfare programs at the termination of the redevelopment agency, which is, I believe, in 2032. This would be, without this and these kind of projects, can you imagine not having the World Market Center down here, not having Chelsea down here, not having the Golden Nugget develop these towers that they're doing, not having Terry Caudill buy the Four Queens, not having the El Cortez redevelop itself? Nothing would happen down here. It would be a sewer. It would be an absolute sewer. It was a war zone when we started these projects. And now we have something that's the beginning of something great, a new city, a city within a city, taking us to whole new levels. I get very emotional about it because I know we're doing the right thing.
I can hear your passion.
Okay.
Miss, just a moment, ma'am. Now, what were you saying about we're taking money away from a pool or something? How much of that you said was taken away from the pool?
Okay. On the forms that we saw, yes, there was it was put in, I think, to the redevelopment funds. $1 million.
Scott, can you address that, please?
I can fax the sheet over to you.
Aaron, I think she may be referring to the Garside Pool funding that was in the CIP program.
Yes.
Right. As a part of your action on October 6th, we brought to you approximately $11 million worth of capital projects that would be deferred or put on hold. Those funds would be set aside to be able to fund the stabilization fund.
But that's nothing at all to do with this redevelopment.
It has nothing to do with this project
At all.
directly.
No.
But it was a separate action by the council, and it was 2 months ago.
Right. That was for a rainy day fund, which we call our stabilization fund. It has nothing to do with this. Nothing.
All right.
And we're always happy to talk to you about it. But as I say,
thank you.
You're welcome.
Because it is needed, at least on our behalf, and so.
Appreciate you being
And
down
our
here.
listeners, thank you.
Can I make a suggestion to Mrs. Clark? Mrs. Clark, I know at the last council meeting too, there was another item that was a little confusing or misunderstood. In the future, I don't think it's difficult to come in and visit with any of the council members in regards to any upcoming agenda items, and that might save some confusion and misunderstanding down the road for the Charleston Heights folks. I'm just throwing that out there as a possibility. Certainly if I can help, please let me know before the council meeting so you have an understanding of what's going on. Is that okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. My questions were answered.
Thank you, Ms. Ingram. Okay, any other public comment? We'll close the public hearing then. Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor, I had a speech all in place, but you said it all. You did a very good job too, and I'm really glad
I get hot, Mayor Pro Tem. I really do, because, you know, you and me, we're probably not going to be around to enjoy much of this. The other council members will see some of these projects get into the ground. I hope we have the opportunity to be there, but we're not doing this for our own good. We're doing this really because we believe that the city has to go to the next level, and it's only going to get there if we, during these tough times, we provide the energy and the incentive and the vision to keep on building so future generations aren't going to be robbed of these developments just because we're in an economic turn down. This is the time that cities have to step up and be leaders. This is the time that we have to be examples and be the beacon. And, the private sector is going to come back soon, and then we'll let them take it over again. But in the meantime, this is what, presidents of the past have done after or during the Great Depression to get us out of it. These public-private type of partnerships are so important. If you stop, we'll go spiraling even further downward, and it's not going to happen on our watch. And if we're criticized for it, so be it. But I just want those who criticize us to know the facts, and the facts are being disseminated untruthfully by other people in our community, and I resent it, and I won't forget it. And they may not forget me.
I do need to make a couple comments, though, Your Honor. I feel it's important. My sweet wife was at home on Monday. I was out of town, and there was a knock on the door. A lady came, wanted her to sign this petition to, in essence, do away with the redevelopment agency. And my wife asked her, why do you believe this is going to happen? She said, well, they're going to build a new city hall, and we feel like we have the right to vote on that. And my wife said, what's that got to, and then she said, and I'm a school teacher, so I'm going to lose 6% of my money because they can't afford to give me because they're building this. My wife had explained to her in a very nice way, and the lady got combative, and my wife explained to her, I'm a school teacher too, and I don't feel threatened by having a new city hall. I'm going to lose any of my pay. And anyhow, the lady kept arguing and arguing. My wife finally told her who she was and who lived there, and she wrote down on this little pad of paper, don't ever come here again, and walked off, And people don't want to hear the real reasons why this is happening. They're being led around by a group of people that really, I don't really think understand, even if they've been explained over and over and over again, the importance of this project and what it's going to do. And I would just wonder myself, what would downtown look like today if you hadn't been the mayor and had supported redevelopment in the downtown area? And that's part of what you said. And again, I went through a high-rise condominium project a week and a half ago that to me is just totally amazing, because for 14 years I've been saying in order to have a downtown we have to have people live there. And as you see in the background there, the Streamline Towers, we have tried. Without the right redevelopment area, without Scott Adams, without his staff doing what they're doing, we'd be just sitting up here having a 15-minute meeting because there won't be any applications coming before us.
Well, I think the bottom line, my friend, is JOBS. JOBS. And anybody who's out there with their sign saying they don't want this and they don't want that, they're the ones who are losing their JOBS as we sit here today. So anybody who's trying to preclude us from establishing JOBS, they are doing themselves and the people they purportedly represent the worst disservice imaginable. It's a sin. I'd like a motion, please.
I'm going to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item as well as planning commission's recommendation.
If I may, with the changes to conditions 8, 15, and 16 as read in?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's corrected.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. And I'm sure on February the 18th, you'll hear me blast again.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Absolutely.
We actually look forward to it, Your Honor.
Okay, well, I'm going to take my BLOODPRESSURE pills before. Yeah, and we're going to bring Gage to make the better part of the presentation.
There we go.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Right. 86 is ROC 32634, review of condition. The applicant is Sean Baker, Baker Construction, the owner API Nevada Properties. Request for a review of condition to remove condition number 6 of an approved site development plan review, which stated reflective glazing at the pedestrian level is prohibited. Glazing above the pedestrian level shall be limited to a maximum reflectance rating of 22% as defined by the National Institute of Standards and Technology, and to revise the approved exterior material of the building on 0.48 acres at 233 South 4th Street. And this is in Ward 3. The staff recommends denial. It's a public hearing which is now open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Sean Mitchell, 5720 Arville. Good afternoon, Councilman and Mayor Pro Tem. We're here to discuss two items, basically. When we met with staff, We brought up a concern. This, I'm sure you guys are well aware of the Meet Las Vegas project on 4th and Bridger. We had, so I have a couple photos here. We had a mock-up done about 6 months ago of the proposed paneling system, that was to go on the exterior of the building. This was kind of a sunshade panel system. Like I said, we did this mock-up for about 6 months. It took on some weather and didn't weather very favorably. So we brought this up to both the owner and the architect, took this to meet with staff, and showed them a mock-up of a painted aluminum metal panel system that we were proposing to install on the facade. With our meeting with staff, they said that we needed to request to review of condition item number 6 on our original SDR. So that's what we're here to do today. One of the issues brought up in this meeting with staff was our request to utilize this paneling system on the south side of the building, on the Bridger side, and take that basically all the way to the grade of the sidewalk. With that condition, like I said, staff had said we needed to have this reviewed by council, and that's why we're here today.
What kind of project is this? I know it's a beautiful old building. What are you doing to it?
This is the Meet Las Vegas project. This is about 30,000 square feet of boutique convention event facility.
Okay.
We presented in front of you a couple times regarding this, and
I wasn't sure.
I believe this is our last item. So.
Okay. Yeah, it's a beautiful building. All right. Any questions?
Yes, question.
Yes.
Margaret, can you help us out on this, please?
Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, the proposed, if approved, condition is to delete condition number 6 of the original site plan and replace it with the language that a minimum of 50% of the ground floor facade of Bridger and 4th may be glazed with clear or lightly tinted glass. With regard to the glazing, that is with regard to the glazing. With regard to the materials, that is acceptable, and the condition number 3 as proposed would state that the conformance to the building elevations date stamp December 12, 2008 as accepted by conditions herein to allow the change of material on the 2nd and 3rd floors pursuant to the correspondence of 12/12/08.
Did you understand all that?
Yes, I did. There's actually one item that I did have a question on. The agenda memo with the conditions, if approved. Item number 2 says delete condition number 6, a site development plan review, and replace with a minimum of 50% of the ground floor facade at Bridger and 4th street frontages shall be glazed with clear, lightly tinted glass. In our meetings with staff, what we had requested were 2 things. 1, the change of material, which obviously we've shown, and 2 was at 4th and Bridger to take that material all the way down to the street, which would eliminate any of the existing glass that's shown there. Like I said, this is an event boutique convention facility. One of the initial designs of this project was to completely eliminate the natural light into the facility.
What would it look like from the outside, inside looking out?
Inside, there's framed walls. You can't view outside. That was I'm sorry?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, if I may.
Certainly.
What's the exterior material look like going down to ground level? Show us that picture again.
Can I actually pass this to you guys? You can see it a little bit better of our
All right, why don't you
mock-up.
pass that up to the clerk, please?
Is this what it currently looks like?
This is what that mock-up is in place. Yeah, that's on the north side, and we only installed that mock-up on a portion of the building. The architect has actually revised in your guys' packet that was given to you. There are some revised elevations of rendering elevations of what that would look like going all the way down to the facade, all the way down the facade to the street.
Is this a picture inside here?
I'm sorry?
Is that a picture here?
That's the actual metal paneling system that would go over top of the existing windows. It's installed.
It's going to be a design, though. It's not just going to be a window. It looks like is this a shadow or is this a design in there?
No, that's reflection off the existing glass.
Your Honor, for me?
Yes.
I think I'm misunderstanding something for the benefit of the council. You're trying to stop the natural light from coming into the first floor. of
That was
this.
that was already done. That was already done long ago in the original design. What the original design called off for was a solar screen mesh on the exterior of the building, and on the interior of the building there are framed walls where you cannot see outside that existing glazing.
So this is just for looks?
Correct.
Well, if you have interior built walls, you don't have any light coming through.
Good.
Am I missing something?
Good afternoon, Sean Baker, 5720 Arville. The exterior of this building is being illuminated with a LED lighting system that has a 30,000 variation in color variance. This material will help accentuate that lighting. The screen material is not going to do as well, and it's weathered horribly. So this is an alternative to preserve the exterior elegance of the architecture and to help with the lighting.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now you have a much better understanding of what the material's for. You just told us that to begin with.
That's right.
Thanks.
Thank you. Very good. Okay, any other questions? Folks, the public hearing, if you'd like to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. This is the Mayor Pro Tem.
Margot, can you help us fix those conditions so we can approve this item?
The if approved conditions, unless the applicants got something else, as I read the if approved conditions, that accomplishes what they wish to do. It references their letter of December 12th, which was their submittal, and it speaks to having some ability to look inside the building on the ground floor. As you know, the ground floor buildings in the downtown are meant to be able to be, if you will, pedestrian-friendly, rather than having a solid wall. And what we're doing is allowing that the ground floor frontages may have the glazing or the tinted glass. I'm unclear if that meets the applicant's desires.
No, as it was discussed with staff, we wanted to, like I said, on the 4th Street and South and Bridger side, bring that material down to the pedestrian level, to omit the glass entirely, any need for tinting or blackout,
Just
so
on-
on and so forth.
Just on two sides?
Yeah, the north side actually only has glazing on the 2nd and 3rd floor and stucco on the remainder.
Because what I'm envisioning here is a light show on two sides of this building, am I right?
No, the lights actually go all the way around on 3 sides, and then we have our east side alley side.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. Mayor Pro Tem.
Margot, will you help me out on the conditions to approve this item?
If you delete our condition number 2 of the if approved conditions would just read delete condition number 6 of SDR 24986. That's a previous approval. And then keep number 3 as is proposed, conformance to the plans, date stamped the 12/12/08, which is their letter of submittal and their submittal at this time.
Yes.
That gets them where they want to go.
Thank you. That'll be my motion as modified.
Very good. Let's vote on that, please.
I wish to announce I'm voting.
Well, that's a historical event. Is this the beginning of a long line of votes?
Beginning of voting in the afternoon.
Thank you. Let's vote. Opposed?
Hey,
Well,
5 yeses.
That's very good. Could you make a copy of that, please? No, I'm just kidding.
Thank you very much.
All right,
Appreciate
thank you. All right, 87, Madam Clerk, would you please set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings and dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements? Thank you. And now we come to council recognition, item number 88. Would any member of the council like to be heard at this?
I would, Your Honor.
All right, we just have to make sure that we'll not be acting upon anything that we hear at this time.
More of a complaint, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
There was not one Ward 6 item in the afternoon agenda, and I'm a little upset about that.
That could be historical.
I want to make, for our IT department, just a plug for them. You notice on the sides of the room in here, it says Wi-Fi zone. I wanted the folks to recognize this is a Wi-Fi zone for those folks that want to come down here and plug into the system. Did you know that?
I'm scared I don't know what Wi-Fi is, so I don't know. Is that it?
You can't bring your wife into this.
Okay. Okay, very good. Anybody else? All right, great. Now we'll go to citizens' participation. This is item 89, citizens' participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be acted upon, limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council, and those subjects may be acted upon by the City Council unless such subjects are on the agenda scheduled for action. If you want to be heard, please come up and give us your name, and we'll put the 3-minute timer on, please.
Good afternoon. Dorothy Barnes, Las Vegas resident. I'm here today because I have a gentleman that's out on me. The man needs help. I told the policeman I'm sure if they get his name and get him on the right medication, all of us can sleep in peace. But he's done some here that's really dirty toward me. He's got a strategy working. He's placed, what I'm told, my daughter on his property. And he's come here, and his advantage over me, he's gotten to go out on Nellis. Now, they don't want to let me out there, but they letting somebody out there to create a problem. And that's not fair to me, that this man is out there victimizing me, and then they're blocking me from over there. The police sent me to Nellis twice. I've been out there writing it up. I've called the public affairs office. It's not fair to me that I'm in a situation where this man has the advantage to go out there and use my children and grandchildren for prostitution service and want to use my distress signal to order them paid to service his organization as prostitutes because he has my ex-husband quiet on him. My ex-husband is in too deep. He knows too much. I imagine if him and Gwendolyn Mabry come in here and tell things I'm telling, they'll have their tongue cut out before this night is out. Because that's the way he is. He mean to black people that's not a part of him. You know, that he have control over. But he don't like me because I'm free and I can come forward and tell on him. I just don't have his name. I've invited him to meet with me. I've sent messages to people that I know should know who this man is. If he would come peacefully, I would deal with him peacefully. But if he wants to act like a little boy, act like a little child, he can't deal with a grown woman. So, you know, we got a big problem. The man needs some medication to adjust his thinking, you know, because he's creating a really big problem for me. He's stolen money from me. He's ordered money paid from my oldest daughter and Gwendolyn, and they got money, took money from me to pay this man off of them. Even the Mexican I used to live with, they're paying him money that they have lied and stolen from me to keep him off of them. And I'm tired of being victimized. The police can't get this man, or somebody can't get this man under control. It's going to escalate into something real nasty. I'm told he's held my name on this program by paying people to tell lies on me. And a lot of people say we get tired of helping this sick colored. I'm not putting my name in there. He's doing that. He's got people doing that. He's got people scared of him. But I'm asking him to come forward and let's settle this thing once and for all, because I'm not doing anything toward him. If he really want to know what's going on, he should come and talk to me. If he think I'm doing something, I'm being used, you know, and I don't like it. I don't like my children and grandchildren being used in this strategy toward me or my family, anyone in my family, because I heard he's got my family sticking their name up here, siphoning off me. And you know, he's got the black people that's and the foreign people that's in on his racket too afraid to come forward. But I want this man to know he doesn't have his bluff in on me. I'm willing to deal with him if he's willing to deal with me. I will come and meet him. Wherever he send a message to the police department, marshal, your office, I will meet with him to settle this discrepancy. Right. It's a domestic dispute. It's going to escalate into something. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to be heard at this time? All right, seeing none, the meeting's adjourned.